Afternoon here in Stockholm. In London last month, they went until about midnight, so we'll see how late they go here.
Hey, Eamon, to the EU deal, this $600 billion investment in the U.S., again, you know, this also came up in the Japan deal, the $650 billion, which I'm still trying to fully understand.
You got a problem with that?
Any clarity around that, or are we going to have to wait and see? You know, obviously we know these are all preliminary, and we're going to have to wait and see real language about what that actually means.
I'm done. It didn't take too long. It's 14 after. Tesla's got something coming out. A16 chip. Samsung, new Texas facility, a fab, will be dedicated in making Tesla's A16 chip. Hey Jenny, you look hot today. I love that look. So chic. Good way to start my day off. Now that you got Caroline out of here. XXII had a pop this morning. Trading higher around authorized increase of reduced nicotine content products. Same old news. XXII. I used to trade that. Let's see what Mikey's AMC pump doing. Jimmy said you're a fool to invest in this. Ain't that right, Dan Ives? You slug. Cool. Well, it wouldn't hurt to have the nice little breakout after hours. We got Meta earnings this week. In fact, I did a video this weekend on earnings. That's the 25th, so that's history. We got Sophie Hood. So you go back and watch my earnings results if you like. We got a double top on Amazon. Apple has the 200 SMA as support for right now in the hour. Mr. Coin. And we got Reddit. Microsoft. These are all setting up. Meta. XOM could have room to run. QCOM this week. And Carvana. That air conditioner. And I guess I'm going to have to make a complaint about this sucker. Where, oh, where are my thumbs tonight? House slippers, leave me alone. I want to take off my shoes. Oh, yeah. 3 Black Crows on /ES. We might have a good little bounce at open. Yeah, I just can't listen to CNBC no more. They're so negative. Everything they've said has been wrong. Almost everything. And then when they pass the China deal, they'll get on to something else. Negative. Well, that's not clear. I can hear them now. Trump gave in. Today's the 28th. Why did my watch say the 29th? Oh boy. Now how do I change that? I forgot how to change the date. No, it ain't. Huh. Today is the 28th, right? Yeah. Get it right. Take off for a bit. Go get my tea. Ooh. Yes, I can hear you. I hear you.
Called it this morning, but everybody needs to be keeping eyes on QCOM.
Yep. Got earnings this week.
It's squeezing right now.
We got Hood this week too.
Yeah, Hood doesn't look as strong this morning as QCOM does.
Called it out last what? Thursday or something like that. You did. I'm gonna move that over there. Yeah. Move it back. Shit. I got a resistance line, two of them, one at 160.60, and then one at 162. And I just added to 160.60. $160.57. With a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the 200. EMA 158. 24 more, 20 after, 24 after.
That might be another one. Going through my whole list, just looking for things that showing strength right before open. You got QCOM and you got SNCI.
What about Oklo?
Those just kind of
I haven't looked at it.
sitting there,
Just-
it's consolidating. I mean, it's above its EMA cloud, but it's not showing a lot of strength.
Yeah, it broke out
I
from
think
yesterday.
pull back to the 75 area.
Yep. Tesla's just a no-brainer at $300. Every time it gets down there, it's a great bounce. There's $20 on that one. But it bounced Friday too. From
Yeah,
30.
SMX that I called out is freaking squeezing hard. I'm kind of intrigued by it.
Oh, which one?
SMX.
SMX.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard. I don't think I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a new one. So it's basically
Matters. Something matters.
it's a
Brings the value of sustainable asset to the new age investor.
yes. So they already had the framework in place, and then the Genius Act just freaking gave them permission to go ahead with it. So
Yep.
they're ahead of everybody else in that game. And the freaking squeeze and the EMA cloud do not show me that it's going to drop. I wanted it to drop so I could get in. Like if it hit that 212 area, I was just going to grab 1,000 shares and just hold them. I don't know if it's going to give me opportunity or not.
I'll clean this chart up. We're at a pivot point on Tesla today.
Yeah, I've got alerts set for 315 and 310 on Tesla.
Yeah. A little bit below. They're around, they're pretty close, a little under 315.
Yeah, I really don't see all that much that's impressing me this morning. Just QCOM and SCM, SMCO. Everything else has a really crappy looking EMA cloud. $64.25 is my ES level. Jesus Christ, I got alarms going off everywhere.
Think. We're at the bottom of my support channel and bounced up off of it. No, I guess we didn't. On SPY. $28.
Burners, 64.25.
The 638 strike. We're at the VWAP. Okay, the 638s, 70, 71. The 638's at 71 cents calls.
Damn, everything's bottoming out, man. I've got alarms going off everywhere.
More than Martin Brex. Robert. Oh, my tea. Well, it sit too long again. But this is the second. I might do an impression of CNBC today. Squawk Box.
Ya tienes 45 años.
The hell?
That was me.
Why is it on Espanol?
La edad perfecta para volver a ver viejos.
Because I'm looking up Putacana.
I thought we were gonna trade and learn Rosetta Stone at the same time.
I need to learn. I need to freshen up on my Spanish. Figure out how to say, may I have some, baby?
How do you say make them clap in Espanol?
I know what punta means.
I think everybody's been called a punta at some point or another.
77 cents. Let's go. We got to break the VWAP, so that's going to be your hard resistance right now on the SPY. And we're kind of overbought still. I mean, the news, it could be like sell into the news kind of deal. President Trump's on Russia says we're going to a secondary sanctions. Federal Reserve says it has to cut rates. Oh, Trump said that.
I saw a quote I really liked this morning. I'm going to commit it to memory. It said, if it's in the press, it's in the price.
You got Tesla here at your support. I got 314.79, but it bounced up off the orb.
Yeah. There's a bunch of buy orders at 315 and there's a bunch of buy orders at 310.
And watch your chips. You got AMD popping, Meta popping. They're all popping. Nvidia and Apple. Apple's the lagger.
MSDR blew up. It was not showing strength pre-market. It's already up $8.
Yep.
I see 64.25. I see the order sitting down there. I know it's going to act like gravity. I just have to be patient. Wait.
I think we have to break to 63 on the /ES for it becomes something 64.33.24. And then you got the 200 and the VWAP. So we're squeezing right here. I'm not sure.
I know where the orders are. It's being real stubborn about getting to them.
Should I sell our ITM? Earnings were good. This damn house of mine. I gotta get this air conditioner down.
There we go. Get down here. No, come on. You got a little bit more in you. Wasn't so greedy, I take it out now. There it is. I mean,
Yeah, you're right up. I had 64, 20, 65.
I have 64.24s pre-market low on this.
Sixty-four twenty. Well, yeah, the video sold off pretty hard there. Slash EX has pulled back and hit the 200. Pull up that one too and see if I'm going to jump in it. Oh, wrong one. I can't think this morning. We hit the bottom of my support channel on SPY with 3 black crows and a hammer. Tesla bounced off at 315.50 something. I think it was 50. Let's go, SPY. Come on. 58 cents. It's really got to hold this support level. .57. Now I got 10 contracts. Wish I was one notch above.
Yeah.
My mom's birthday was last Friday, and I thought it was this coming Friday. I screwed that one up. My mom told me an untold that I didn't know. She said I didn't like walking, so I used to walk on using my butt. I had bad eyesight. We come up that I had bad eyesight, and I wore my first pair of glasses at 2 years old, and I think that's the reason why I didn't want to walk. I couldn't see. So if anybody's a mother or father out there, does that sound like legit? I'm even. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, if you took college where I took them, you're up $100 a contract right now. $220 to $320. Up $110 contract. Not a bad way to start.
Nope.
I said 64.24. Said I was waiting on it, and look at some of it bounced. I'm telling you, the order book is a cheat code.
So is that 200?
Only if you use it in Confluence. So 64.24 was also pre-market low.
I jumped in at the 200 SMA, so that's on the 1 minute with 2 hammers with 3 black whores. QQQ, triple top resistance on tweeter. Tesla just hit resistance at the 200 EMA. What's this? A supersonic tsunami? I can't read.
God dang it, I called SNCI too. I actually called it this morning with QCon. Wolf looks like it wants to run.
Testing my support again.
It's actually showing up as unusual volume today.
Slash ES getting back down to that support.
Is it? Let me go back. 64.24.
Yeah. 64.25, 50. 24, yeah.
I would have expected a better recovery than that.
I'm going to see if we get the...
All it did was go to one of my resistance zones and then come back right back down.
What do I got that air for? Yeah, that's a... It's a major pivot point at 20. If it does plop back down there.
Yeah. So on the hourly, I've got the 63 sitting at 64.17. And it's also a support zone. So I'm going to set an alarm right there.
The SPX is back at the 200 right here.
I hate the way the cost sets the alerts is like above instead of below by default.
The 6410 is almost too far down. 6400. We got a double bottom on /ES.
Yeah, there's over 500 buy orders at 64.24. I don't think it's going to push below there.
Excuse me. 6400 is at 520. Off the 200. Morgan Stanley says the S&P will hit SP 500 or SPX or SP 500 will hit 7,200 next year. There we go, 580.
Jesus freak. Intel has crazy ass volume. They're already at 1/3 of their daily volume. My God.
Tremor's saying something about it. There's 590. If we break the 21 here, we got a we got a resistance just under 63.97. Better you get out now, one or the other. I'm going to stay in it here and see if we get that triple top. Or we could come back down and have triple bottom. Go back and retouch the 63. but if she shoots up, then comes up to a double top, I'm going to say, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz?
20 seconds on this 5-minute candle. And we're like 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, so the hourly's going to roll over. I'm gonna wait for this next 5-minute candle and see what the hourly looks like.
There, she came right back down and touched it. Dadgummit. Just sold that sucker.
I would expect some buying at the top of the hour, looking at this current hourly candle.
We got a, yeah.
Because the hourly is a perfect push down to PM low if it closes at this 64.2450 level in the next 5 minutes. I would like to take a long there.
SPY back to the orb. Triple bottom on SPY. Off the orb. Sophie pulled back to support here.
Yeah, they got earnings this week too.
Yep. Now I got a low cent channel of support right around $19.23 to $20.
Yeah, I watched your earnings video yesterday. I was surprised you skipped over Master.
Did I skip it?
You hit all the big boys on Thursday, but you missed it.
Oh.
I think that's going to be a wild one.
I'm still in the SPX at 520. Bounced off the 200. So now I got a new... $570.
Left. No, 30 seconds left.
We're at 590. So here's your chance to get out of this trade again with finicky so far.
I'm looking for a tweezer bottom on the hourly.
We're at 590 on the SPX and the VWAP on the SPY.
I'm in that 260. I see something I like.
Mister's pulled back.
Yeah,
To yes,
it's-
it broke yesterday's close. High into close.
I'll jump back out if I'm wrong, but I see a squeeze happening.
We're at 6 o'clock. $6 on SPX. Let's break it.
This sucker breaks. If it breaks 64.31, it's going to hit some low volume nodes and it's going to freaking fly.
Yeah, we got a double top at 67. I mean 64. A little under 64. And I got at 610.
Yep, there it goes. And if you break 64, 32, 50, you're going to fly up to the 63 on the 5 minute because there's super low volume nodes ahead of you.
Double top. Nailed it.
Get above the orb, and you will go.
I'm out at 690.
I'm not. If it falls below 64.31, I'll get back out.
Spy. I also got it.
But I think she's going to go. I don't see any high volume nodes to stop her.
Old MacDonald had a farm. Me-I-me-I-O. What do you think about that, studio? Or should I call you Sheba? You dog. Funk? He's giving you the credit. God.
I think he got in when I said I was in at 260.
No, he's full of shit.
Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. This little hussy is gonna do it.
Double top. I mean, that's beautiful. Look at that chart. Let's walk through this so we can understand what Jimmy just did. So he scalped it off the 200. You've got a 1, 2, 3 on the bottom. And you have a 1, 2, 3 triple top up to a double top for an exit idea. Now, if we break this, we'll go higher.
If you break this, ES is coming to 64, 36, 50.
No.
Period.
Period.
You'll run up to the 63 on the 5 minute.
It's the most wonderful time. Oh, you did? I didn't see it. I take everything back. This is a psychological game, man. You
Psychological warfare.
exactly. No, we're not done yet.
No, we're actually not.
So we're coming close on slash ES on the 200 SMA. And we're squeezing between the 63 and the 200. And I don't think the VWAP will matter. In this case, so
This is the fourth run that she's taking it for.
God, that's a beautiful chart.
And seconds to the close of this candle. Gotta break that orb and open the next candle above it. 21.
We got to hold this here triple top.
I already stacked that sucker for 60. I wonder if I should reload right here and do it again.
That could be done for the day if I wanted to.
Dude, 35 to 64.24. S&P has up 5% this morning.
Now, why does that look different? So that's the 1 minute. And now that's the 2 minute. So if I look at the 2 minute, we broke resistance. I like the 1 minute better on that trade. Because that a clear double top, triple top right now.
Well, the 1 minute is the only chart I'll use when I'm looking for squeezes.
Yeah. Triple top. There she goes.
Yep.
Top the orb.
She's going to run up there to the 63 on the 5, just like I said. 64.36.
There's your new high. By a few cents. Mister had hit 410 with a tweezer bottom, 410.90. And that's my little pivot point area. We've got a tweezer bottom off that support level. We broke the orb. Triple top break with 3 white soldiers off the 21 EMA on the 1 minute. And here's Funky's chart right here. So if we maintain 64, 63, 99, 49, and we're at the, what is it, the 200, we hit the 200 on the /ES on the 1 minute, right under the VWAP. I think the 200 is more important than the VWAP today. If we break the 200. Okay, here's your knife. Coming back down to support. We're at support on the /ES with a double bottom here, but we just broke that 63. So I'm seeing if we can hit the 63 on the SPX here. There we go. Get ready. Get ready. We're at the 6,400 at $5, 5.10. Thank you very much. I got one contract. I don't mess around, hang around. Whoop.
Just scalp that for $80 contract.
Hook them up 120.
I picked 64 cans.
$120 right there if I want it.
Where's your bottom on the one?
He gave me an A triple plus. That took some nerve. He's just doing it out of spite, is what he's doing.
Yeah, this is psychological warfare. He's
really at it. Yeah, he's at it today. You better get off them volumes.
It's a big ass knife in nowhere.
Yep. And perfect. Retail traders. There we go. You're at the 9.
Now we just turn this back into resistance. Holy shit. I keep having to change this from blue to green all day. Goes from resistance to support. It's freaking 6431 zone. What are these people doing today? This is a weird cross action for no news. Oh well, they hit 6424, I'll buy again. That's a squeezer bottom on the 5, but I don't trust anything right now. Oh, that's why 6431 is such a big zone today. Freaking B-Wop.
Yep. And we ain't broke the 200 yet on slash ES on the 1 minute. Once we break that, I'm not too concerned about the VWAP. We got a megaphone on the 1 minute. So it could be a VWAP concern with a triple top. It'll break the VWAP. Mega. Make America great again. $6.50.
I don't even know what I'm watching right now. This is stupid. What are they doing?
Well, I hope I put a stamp on that envelope. Mister didn't hold up. IWM double bottom. On the 5 minute.
Nope, today is chip day. AMD and SNCI. I'm not playing Masters. It's not near any levels that I want to play it at. I need it all the way down around 405. Somebody got pissed at Aqua. There's people taking profits. Where's all the orders at? It's gotta be coming up. $72 even.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, you got 14,000 buy orders sitting at $72 even.
I had a 759 on here for some reason, but we got a triple bottom into Friday's pre-market right around 71.65.
Set my alarm for 72.15.
Yeah, that'd be the safe bet. That's a falling wedge. So it has to break the 9, or it has to break the 21 on the 1 minute at 73.10. Before it becomes bullish. It's now 9:33 here in Missouri.
Flow has about as many beautiful V days as any stock I've ever watched. Can't count the number of times I've watched profit taken in the morning and then watch it run back up for a perfect V in the afternoon.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. Back at the point of control now.
We're back to support on the SPX here. Debating. I've had my luck. I don't know if I want to ruin it. Ain't that right, studio? $5. Which is what the hell. I do it anyway.
Yep. Off this damn 1 minute chart.
Randy's scared again. He needs me to hold his hand.
Yeah.
We got a 1, 2, 3 off a triple top support. So we really have to hold this support right here. And it's higher lows. So we got a symmetrical flag on the pullback. We're at 540, baby. 560. Randy, don't chase. You had your chance. Ooh, Randy, it's cold, man. Don't be talking about my mentor like that.
Well, that's interesting.
$580, baby. Let's bring it. Jim, what kind of flag is that? That's called an inverse pennant flag with a 1, 2, 3 bottom with a doji spinning top. So that could be an exit idea, but if we break it, back up to a head and shoulders. So do I sell it for $70? Or do I hold it for the... Let me see here. Confucius says hold. $5.90. I can get out now. If you're in this trade with Bobo, I want you to make a business decision. We have 3 white soldiers. So what's that mean? It's opportunity.
You're outnumbered greatly.
Yeah. It means you're racist.
Means you're outnumbered greatly.
3 white soldiers is a candlestick pattern that signals a potential bullish reversal in a downtrend or consolidation phase. So it consolidates. We got a double top coming up. These are up $1.10, 110. Double top, triple top with a wick. 620, baby. Make a business decision. 630. Up to the head and shoulders. Get ready. Thank you very much. What do you think about that? Studio. Was that a stellar performance? No comment. Just think, Randy, if you'd have bought 5 of them, you'd be up 500 and some bucks. It's a head and shoulders resistance. And we're at 650. You got to be kidding me. Randy's making money. Don't let him fool you. So I called at the bottom here. I said we had to break this symmetrical flag and run up into a head and shoulders. And when you hit a shoulder line, that's a hard resistance. Usually pull back, and our first support will be right there at 63.98.41. And I'm going to go in there and make lunch. So this is a pennant, inverse pennant symmetrical flag with a 1, 2, 3 bottom. Sweet spot. Now, once we broke out of that flag, you see she pulled back, right? They always do. And retest. And boom!
You're going to stop loss hunting.
You see why I get out at the head and shoulders there on the shoulder line? How many of you would have held that before you met me? I had a real interesting outing at church this weekend. Had a blind lady that was blind most of her life talked to us about waiting to go to heaven so she could see again. I just thought it was so inspirational. And it wasn't like a regular sermon. They did songs throughout her testimony with the preacher up there, so I thought it was pretty cool. So I bought the preacher's book about a month ago and read it, and I told the Sunday school class that I was going to hand this book out to anybody that wanted to read it. And I handed it out, and then I went right back up there and bought another one. I'm going to keep doing that every month. So that's what you call works. So if I was, wow, I'm always at my best. That's a tough decision. I think 8 years ago I was in a lot better looking than I am today. I didn't have much gray going on. But younger, I thought that I was invisible, or I always had luck. So I don't know which way to go.
SMCI up 10%.
I don't want to go back to when I was 22 because I did too much mushrooms back then. I have to say now, in my heart, I think right now is the best I've ever been. Okay, we're back to 1, 2, 3, 4. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. $5.30. Let's get it, if it'll let me have it. Off the 63. There we go. Come on. There we go. 530. This could be a big mistake.
I do not like that that was not a tweezer bottom.
I like it because it's out of 4, but off the 63 on the 1 minute. But I think I'm pushing my luck.
That's the tweezer bottom, and we're at the bottom of the Bollingers.
Got a
We're at point of control.
And then I had inverse shorters. $470, $480. So I got $480, $530. Tight stop. Now we're at the 200. Damn it. Oh, how dare you.
Yeah, they're gonna push us 64.24.
$440, $530, $480, and $440. We're off the 200 now. EMA. So this is my last hope.
Just gonna. Oh, that's what it is. These little motherfuckers. I need to look at the clock more. Last 7 minutes of the hour, they're gonna push down.
It's Randy's time right now, 420.
If it hits 64.24 again, I'll get back in. Damn it, the wick on that hourly candle. Jesus.
My average is 472. You got 4 contracts at 472, and I ain't going any more. If it doesn't hold 4, we can go back down to the orb.
I'm gonna load up a 64.05 and just wait for the top of the hour.
$460. Break the 200. We got a spinning top. It's hard to tell in 1 minute though. Let's go to the 2. We got 3 black crows on the 2 minute with a long leg doji. Five-minute, we're off the. We just broke. We're off support, double bottom on the 5-minute.
Three minutes left.
15-minute. We have a new low. Office support. $30-minute. We're at the orb. Almost. Can't read the hour. Yeah, I'm okay with this so far. As long as we hold that 63.93.12. If not, we're going to hit the orb at 92.03. One bis, two bis, three bis, four. Let's make a little bit more. If anybody wants any dog talk lessons, just give me a shout. Look at your dog and say, "Trits." Jimbo's even. A little bit under even. $8. Now he's even. Now he's up. Let's go. This is a hard resistance to break right here. If we break it, we got a lot of windows up here, a lot of walls. 490. Yep. That's a major resistance here. We're squeezing. I'm going to clean this up after I get done. Start fresh. It's getting to where I can't read it. That reminds me. I used to keep these lines on here and use them the next day, but I put so many on now that it gets kind of confusing. In fact, I'm going to clean them up now. Got a Head and Shoulders. We're at the 200. We're at 480. 490. Okay. Muffle.
Oh shit. Master's dropping.
I got 40404, but you could probably hit yesterday's close low at 405.
There's 4 miles right now.
Bitcoin could hit 1 million. Well, Cantor Fitzgerald has a $200 target on it, above 600. Fitzgerald has 680. If you bought the low support on this thing and just left it alone, yep, here we come. This ain't looking too hot.
Coming up from my support. 64, 24, 25.
I'm going to triple bottom on the orb, counting the wick. at 63.9203 on SPX. I'm not scared. I'm not scared like Randy.
I'm not scared because I can see the orders on the order book. There's 500 of them sitting there.
Randy, do you have nightmares at night? That's a personal question, James. I'll refuse to answer that question. I'm not adding any more to this. It's either do it or don't. Down 120. No. $120.80, $120.80. Let's go. Back to even. My target's just a little bit below 63.98. We got an inverse head and shoulders right here. So between 63.97.70 and 98. And we got a pivot point off the 50. So yeah, it's all right in here. We got a double top, we got a break.
Very hard.
Yeah, especially when I'm here trading it.
I know.
You're going, damn, I wish I got in it with Jimmy.
I know. That's up to the top in the back of my head, but then there's another top in the title one.
You got good willpower. You can't tell him what to do. I do what I want.
Peer pressure just bitch. I just know what level I want.
We got a double bottom on the orb, above the orb. And let me see if I'm right with my IWM. We had a double bottom on IWM. You might be seeing a triple. The QQQ's at the 63 and the 200. We got a symmetrical flag on the SPY. And we got an ascending triangle on the SPX. Now I'm gonna go in there and make lunch because I'm in the danger zone right now.
Yeah, it's my favorite part.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see Arthur? Courtney?
No.
Oh,
I was thinking of a song.
yeah, it's Danger Zone. He sings it in the cartoon. It's freaking hilarious.
Oh, he does?
Danger Zone.
I forgot what band sung that. I know I saw it.
It's Kenny Loggins, ain't it?
I thought it was a rock band.
If it's off the Top Gun soundtrack, I thought that was Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, Kenny Loggins.
There's your breakout.
Beautiful. Top Gun. The Footloose. God, come on. Back to even. Just a little pop.
That Tesla has the same volume.
Golly, Tesla going too. It's up $8 or 12.
Moving much, but it has 41 million already traded. Its average daily volume is only 80 million.
Tesla.
Wow, you mother. One-legged cat tooth golfing out Armenian whore.
QCOM new high.
Yep, caught that this morning.
Called it last week too. Tesla has a not Tesla, Intel has a symmetrical flag. So let's go over the earnings here. We got Sophie. Sophie's pulled back to support of a inverse head and shoulders. Hood's pulled back. We got a double bottom on Hood this morning. Apple earnings this week. Got a symmetrical flag on Apple on the 5-day, 30-minute. Amazon double top. off a wick. Coin's down there. Oh, watch coin. Coin's got 3 black crows that open. This could be one. PayPal rolls out a new crypto feature. Here's why you should care. I don't care. Microsoft coming to support. Meta has 3 black crows on the 30-minute. XOM's about to make a double top. Mister, I got 40404 for support. CVX double top. QCOM, I have resistance of 161.92. Reddit, I got a lot lower support on Reddit for some reason.
It had a long ways to go.
Yeah.
Looked at it this morning.
Roblox looks kind of, I think, kind of juicy, but then Carvana's up $5, 470 something at the 200 with a double top.
This is desperation smart. Yep, there it is.
What?
That's why I got in. That's why I got in. I saw that squeeze on the 1 minute.
No.
Hell yeah.
No.
Down here second by in. Oh shit, there's 230 orders right here.
They're at the bottom of the orb.
There you go.
Shit. $3. Jesus. Almost got 3. Dadgum, look at that. What happened? Yeah, it had to be something. Probably China. I'm going for 240. Well, we'll see what happens here. Jeez. $3.17. Well, we're at the bottom of the megaphone on the /ES. I got $3.17 average. Now went a little bit overboard. Got 12 contracts. And then we'll go have lunch. I'm scared, Randy. Senate Democrats oppose resuming China chip sales. They hate this country. Come on, baby, go. I'm ashamed to be. I'm just totally ashamed that I was a Democrat. But back then we were decent and caring, but that ain't the case anymore. 275. Did you buy any of the dip there, Richard? You bought them because I was down? Well, we got to break to 63 at 64.26.68. And my salary has not kept up with inflation. Well, hell yeah. That's why I raised so much hell during the Biden regime. I keep getting the song and dance, my salary has not kept up with inflation. Is my company cheating me? No. It's not the company's responsibility. If you don't like it, get another job. I want to see who wrote this stupid article. Market Watch. We kept hearing that during the Biden regime that salaries were in line with inflation. And that's not true. I had to, well, if I wanted to, I'd had to increase my business by 30% to break where I was. We're at 295 right now. Richard, make a business decision unless you think we're going to break out. Better be safe than sorry, right? We've been here before. I can't tell you how many times I'd come up even and say, God, I wish I'd have sold it. We're above the 21. I'm going to still stay in for a little bit longer. Randy, did you get out? Very good. Wedbush raises price target on Nirvana to 320, keeps a neutral rating. And that's above, we're above that price right now. There's 320. Now we're at the orb. I'm even. The Senate doesn't, the Democrats don't control Senate, so that letter doesn't mean crap. Until they get, if they get reelected. There we go. Come on, give me just a little bit more. Damn it. There's my even. I might sell it at a small loss here because I got $3,800 in this trade. Reuters says Brazil Lulu saying Trump will think about Brazil's importance. President Trump spoke to the Prime Minister of Thailand and Prime Minister of Cambodia. I have structured a trade deal. The Carney from Canada says U.S. are at intense phase right now. I kind of think Trump went at it a little bit too hard myself, but there's 320. Come on, let's go. We got the VWAP on the SPY. Communications. This ought to be interesting. Always clean. This Jim, may I help you? That's what I thought. I haven't been getting that many prank calls here lately. Maybe they're getting tired of me. Should I sell it? Or are we going to hit the VWAP? We got a 1, 2, 3, 4. We got an at the VWAP. There's 350. I think I'll take it. If I can get 350 here. There it is. I'm out. I stuck it out. Now, I want this to be an understanding, and some of you have already been through this with me before, is when you get to that even point, you come back later and say, I wish I'd have sold it at my even spot. Instead, I take a huge loss. And I think it's just a safety measure that you got to learn, because it's not, at least you're close to even or you're out even, but it could have been worse, or it could have been a little bit better. You just don't know. But I had 12 contracts and I had $3,800 in this thing, and I didn't want to screw it over and lose another $1,200. And we hit the 200, right? Okay. Did you buy the Dip Funk? He's not here. Well, I'm gonna go make my lunch. I think I'll just have soup today and a cheese chip. That or soup and a burger. We started selling hamburger up here for $7. So I went in Saturday or Friday. Saturday. And they had expiration date on the package, and they dropped it down to $4.50 a pound. So I bought it and made a bunch of meatloaf hamburgers. $3.60 is up with Diane King Hall.
and also the construction of these fabs, like Sherman, for instance, here in the US as part of that reshoring narrative and self-sufficiency. But as I mentioned, it was really interesting, Diane, off the back of that earnings call, that even though it was a beat across the board, the top and the bottom line, very much the tone had made investors feel a bit cautious on this one, which is why we saw a 13% pullback in the stock.
Yeah.
So, this is interesting just a week later that, some on the street have potentially thought that maybe there was something going on here, something wrong. But I think this obviously just reaffirms that, I think the CapEx story is one to pay attention to once they generate some of that free cash flow.
It certainly seems to be the story that we'll be following this earnings season, especially as it relates to the Mag 7. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
That's Sam Bodish, Schwab, a network contributor of the look across Texas issuance. That stock higher right now. Time now for the disruptors. Joining us for a look at today's companies, George
Anybody
Soros,
ever,
correspondent.
George!
So, we've got that in focus today.
When you make your hamburgers, does anybody ever added a red pepper and a yellow onion to it? Say yes or no. Randy? Say yes or no. No, I got a booger on my phone. How disgusting. Don't them look good? Don't those look good? I kind of like eating sliders over a big hamburger. For some reason, I can have two different ones instead of one big one. I can make up two different kinds. Like this one, I'm going to put some canned sweet onions on it. And this one here, I'm going to put a tomato on it. But now I think I either have two sliders or one slider and a bowl of soup. Well, I'm up to $1,000. Oklo, nuclear energy. I need to. Where's my? Come on, give it to me. I want to keep that up there. Ah, saved it. Oklo, SMR, CCJ, and CEJ are all nuclear stocks. Yeah, I like fishing. I used to fish a lot before I picked up a guitar. I'm a real good fisherman. We got a double top at the 200. Yeah, I love fish. I've got some outstanding catches in my life. I used white bass, walleye, salmon, trout, bluegill, catfish. Crappie. Oh, look at that catfish. Jesus. Oh my. Look at that smile on your face. Wow. Let me guess. 12 pounds. I'm guessing 12 pounds. There we broke out. Son of a gun. 370. Piece of crap. Now Vegas is going to give me shit. You sold too early. Oh, God. Here it comes. I'm waiting for it. Richard don't want to talk to me no more. Did I just see a bug? Nope. Well, I think it's time to start. Oh, $4. Oh, God darn, $50. That'd have been another $400. 50 times 12, $600. Okay. Here she comes. I knew it. Don't take her long. Okay, let's see what she says. Boom! I was waiting for it. Yay. Oh, God. Uh, la 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 la. You're still in it, Richard? We have anybody new in here? Go ahead and give us a shout out. Good morning, Magnificent. I am going to the kitchen. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if it's message is nut. I got a message. Almost good afternoon now. You were down $3 for the 6400s. Higher lows, $2.95. Oh, Tim White, bald head, is on.
Hitting fresh records today, and then we'll have some option strategies. We're going to cover Boeing, which is up near 7-month highs, into earnings tomorrow morning. And
Boeing's earnings tomorrow. Did I not get that on the list?
Report ahead of tomorrow's opening bell. And then, like Folio, we'll have consumer sentiment data, and Spotify, which is up over 50% so far in 2025, into their earnings tomorrow morning. It's all about earnings this week. Over 150 names report on the S&P 500. And now let's take a look at the major indices, which are off the session highs, but we've got the S&P 500 fractionally higher. The Dow Industrial's up 18 points, only 0.04%. NASDAQ 100 up 0.3%, fresh records. And the Russell 2000, the small caps, fractionally lower in the red. To help me break all this market action down, let's bring in my co-host.
Livid's going to the ocean.
Give me your take here. It's almost like the calm before the storm.
Is that your sandcastle?
Here, going into earnings this week. And we've also got a lot of data. I mean, this is a power-packed week for traders and investors.
Making sandcastles livid?
Yeah.
I hope you're not a miner. Because what I say in here, oh, you're going to build one just for me? Okay. I can't wait to see it. If I was there with you, I'd have you bury me in the sand. Oh, dang. Look at that girl right there. Big old family reunion right there. Now, what did I just do? I got rid of my chat. In YouTube. $3. $3.30 now.
in this week, or
340.
some of those tariff rates are going to go higher, or extensions. So there's going to be headline news there. So Tom, there is something for everyone. It's all over the place here.
350.
And starting tomorrow morning, it's going to come at you really fast.
Yeah, and you know, most of the bullishness has been on the back of earnings, which are coming out better than expected. Then the trade deals coming through, whether it's Japan, now the EU. They're talking right now in Sweden, Besant, and the delegation from China at this point. So waiting to see if they maybe pause that or push it out from that August 9th deadline for China. But let's expand this conversation, bring in our next guest. That's going to be Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the network. Alex, you know, I was a little bit surprised after that EU deal. Maybe it's already priced into the market right now, but it's almost like we're taking a bit of a pause from this monumental rally. I believe today, if we finish positive, it'd be the 15th record closing high for the S&P 500 this year so far. Optimism abounds, and you know, there's the administration keeps getting wins. And then you throw on top of that earnings have come out better than expected.
Well, I think what we're realizing is the reality is outside of China, most of the trading partners don't carry the leverage necessary to get tremendous negotiating wins. Now, I would argue China did. I mean, China has one, a large manufacturing base in which they're the most important partner, but the stranglehold that they had on rare earth really gave them leverage to get a more favorable conversation brewing. The reality is, Europe isn't important, but not anywhere in the realm of China. Japan's important, more important probably than Europe, but not as important as China. Yeah. Canada important, but definitely doesn't have any leverage. And so you start going down the list. It's There's going to be tariffs. At some point, that's priced in. At some point, there's going to be deals. Like, there's just not going to be no trade between these partners. I mean, that's not priced in. If there were, serious breakdowns where, the U.S. and Canada were never trading again, or the U.S. and Europe were never trading again, that would be, substantially something that needs to be priced in. But that's not really going to happen with allies. And the one country that was the real concern with was China. The relationship is a little bit more adversarial from a geopolitical standpoint. And if you go back to April, the reality is it wasn't just the announcement of reciprocal tariffs that saw the market really spiral. It was the escalator of tariffs back and forth with China. The fact that they were basically embargo levels. The fact that, ships were not sailing. That was the concern. I mean, that was also something that the market wasn't ready to handle at that moment. One, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen again. But two, it's now probably
Stop counting.
within the
How
reasonable
rude.
outcomes that the market sees
Three.
as possible. At the time, that wasn't something that was really being priced in at all. No one was talking about that. So I think the tail risk element of that was reflected in April. But the reality is, as long as the conversations with China are going okay, that's the only thing that really, really matters when it comes to trade.
Yeah, you're full of shit.
Oppenheimer today upped their S&P 500 target for this year from 5,950 to 7,100. So we're seeing the optimism come back in.
I wonder where they were in April.
Yeah, they all cut it down below 6,000 in April, but now they're all back on the bandwagon, Kevin, because we keep getting wins. I mentioned this earlier, is the fact that whether it's earnings, whether it's tariff news, trade deals. You mentioned the Fed that meets beginning tomorrow, announcement on Wednesday. Fed Chair Powell, he's probably going to stand pat with his, hey, we expect 2 cuts this year, but it feels like that even if we don't get 2 cuts, it's still okay because we're going to get that GDP report, the first read on Q2. That's supposed to be up about 2.5%, right, from that import-induced negative number that we saw in Q1. So it feels like these wins keep adding up, and that's giving the markets this optimism that we've seen, even though the valuation levels are pretty elevated at this point.
Yeah, I think the economic data we're going to get is going to be pretty significant, starting with GDP, right? 2.5% and 1.3% on personal consumption expenditures. Remember, everything I'm going to say here, these are the consensus estimates. Then income and outlays, 0.3 on personal income, 0.4 on personal consumption expenditures over a month, and then PCE year-over-year headline from 2.3 to 2.5. Bond market might not like that, and then core staying flat at 2.7. But those are the consensus estimates. Last month, they expected him to go higher, and they were much better than expected. So we'll watch that. And then, obviously, payrolls on Friday is the number one data point of any month. So that'll be interesting. Well, they're looking for about 102,000, 4.2 on unemployment, 0.3, and I think flat 3.7 on wages year over year. So all things considered, not great progress against inflation if they come in at consensus. There's the question that's out there.
Yep, Alex, Kevin mentioned the fact that, no rate cut expected at Wednesday's announcement. But, if you look at it, the expectations for a rate cut in September are starting to dwindle, according to CME Fed Watch tool also. Do you think that the market's fairly priced here, or can be fairly priced here, if we start seeing a resurgence? We've got the markets at all-time highs, that wealth effect comes into play. People have jobs, people are still out there spending. It seems like it's setting up for that Goldilocks type of scenario where, hey, nothing really can hurt this market, but we're getting towards the end of July, that euphoria, hitting peak levels at this point. So what's the risk? Is the risk that you're going to miss another 2 to 5% move to the upside, or is there a risk of a 5% pullback in the markets? Because I think that's what investors are waiting for. We haven't gotten those dips, and they're going to probably buy the initial any dips that we see, if we do see any at all.
Yeah, I think this is where you got to just be honest with yourself and define what you're trying to do with the capital that you're looking at. If you're an investor and you're really more passive, you're probably not doing anything because you probably don't do anything. And that's just kind of the strategy. You're looking at a very long-term history has shown that over time assets tend to go higher. So if you're talking about today, I mean, we're going to talk about volatility at some point, I'm sure, but VIX is at 15. Market's not super worried about anything right now. Now, this week, I'd argue, hey, Wednesday, there's potential for some movement. You're going to get the FOMC, which maybe is going to influence some of those odds you're talking about with a rate cut, but you're also going to get Meta, which I think is the most important earnings.
Some most important earnings of the day.
Even underneath that, you kind of these ancillary names that there's going to be read-through on different sectors. Names like Lam Research, name like Qualcomm, ARM with semiconductor element. But even beyond that, a name like Carvana that's almost had these meme-like trading that's taking place. Like, if you start seeing what I thought was a theme that was brewing last week, which was, hey, largely earnings were pretty good, but the names were jumping on the earnings, they were opening higher, they were moving higher. But by midday to the end of the day, a lot of those, Alphabet was the perfect example of this, they gave it all back.
Yeah, GE, other names that had been doing really well. We talked about this, Kevin and I. The bar was high on a lot of these companies, and it was almost like that, taking some profits on some of these companies, even though they beat on EPS, they beat on revenue.
Let me answer your first question, though, so I just want to make sure I'm not avoiding it here.
Yeah.
If I was asking myself,
See, that's what happens when you have Trump deranged syndrome. You keep thinking we're at an all-time high. And they've been saying this for quite a while now. And we keep creating new highs, new highs, new highs, new high. We're at the orb on the /ES on the 1 minute. We're at the orb on the 5 minute. We'll listen to these turkeys while I make my lunch. I'm still in these things at $3. I should have added down there at 5 and got out of it. I only have 3. I'd add 6 at the 250 level, and that would have been good enough for me. They gave me 9. So we got a head and shoulders, and we went a little bit below that. And we got to run it up to the head and shoulders at above 6396. And I'm even. I'll be back. I'll leave this with you, Mr. Hickey.
50% and bad news surrounding this name. Remember, this is like a top 5 Fortune 100 company that sold off 50%.
Quit spitting.
So I think that's a big story. Boeing will be interesting. We're going to cover that in the next segment. I think that'll be interesting this morning for updates there. But yeah, mega cap tech, those are going to be the headlines this week. I think Alex is right. I think Meta is a big name. Microsoft is a big name. Those are the 2 headlines. Apple, let's see if they make a splash or a story or an announcement, right? Right now, that Apple has seemed for several months now to be dead in the water and drifting. Let's see if they seize any momentum out of this earnings. But I think this is going to be a big week.
Yeah.
Just like a World Series or an NBA Finals or a Stanley Cup, what'll be the biggest headline this week? It'll probably be something that you don't think of.
Right.
Will be the biggest headline, right? Maker, the biggest mover. Let's see. And then here's something we haven't even planned on yet, Tom. What's not on the calendar? What's not on the schedule that might make a headline?
Yeah, Visa, MasterCard too. Watch that one for the health of the consumer at this point. But Alex,
U.S. consumer.
Yep, you had a
I love Kevin's call for United Healthcare Group because it's lost all its value, but it's not as consistent of a business as you would have figured. Insurance is boring, it's consistent, it's math-based, and it's lost 50% of its value. So Boeing was another one. In 2015 timeframe, it seemed like it could never go down.
Right.
And we know what's happened over the last decade. So when you look at these mega cap names and you think, hey, nothing will ever set these companies back. At one point, GE was one of these companies. Look at it. It's made a comeback, but it took a long, long time.
Yeah.
Be careful saying never. Never say never.
Yep, definitely. UNH down 55% from those levels that we saw last November, all-time highs above $630 a share. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to discuss some of these earnings that are coming out. We're going to lead off with Boeing. This stock's had a nice comeback here, up over 30% so far this year, hitting 7-month highs into their report tomorrow morning. Stick around.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time to talk earnings. We're going to kick it off here with Boeing. Stock, as I mentioned, up over 30% so far this year. It's had a great run. Bar's getting high on this one. Let's bring in Sam Vadas, Schwab Network contributor.
Back
here
to 330.
Down. Sam, you know, the numbers are starting to improve for Boeing. Optimism there. These trade deals actually benefit Boeing. And Kelly Ortberg, the new CEO, seems to be liking what's going on with the turnaround story here.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get to the tariffs and the turnaround story in a minute because, as you mentioned, Tom, hello to you. We have seen this trading at a 52-week high today. So sentiment certainly seems to be improving as we head into this earnings report. Certainly in the wake of what is a very big focus, obviously, on some of those Mag 7 tech earnings. But no doubt this is an...
Did anybody take this trade with me? Say yes or no. No. Why? $380. I'm up $240. Richard? Yes or no? Oh, he never got out. Damn, Richard. I had a pickle, tomato, lettuce. Pickle, tomato. We're coming up to Head and Shoulders, Jimmy called it. Sold some at $4. We're at a Head and Shoulders right here. $4, $4.10. Bingo. Wow, Richard, I'm going to put you in the penalty box. I'm going to put you in the penalty box. I'll take my $4.10. $4.
Profitability, but their share of the overall market can improve, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes to Tom's point as well, and what I was saying about some of these trade deals getting across the line. I mean, the latest we're hearing from the EU, but, you know, China, this has obviously been a big story between the US and China as well with regards to that market share in, what is it, an enormous aviation industry. We've just had the Japan deal too. So no doubt a lot of these trade negotiations and deals are in focus for a company like this. Also just seen a headline as far as Bangladesh orders. They're obviously looking at more planes as far as part of the push to ease US tariffs too. So, you know, this has been a really big part, obviously, of that whole tariff story, as, you know, the US has been hammering out these negotiations with various countries, particularly those who have a significant aviation market. But, you know, as I mentioned, back to the stock, and you say that, you know, it obviously has more runway as well. You've had a number of analysts with some fairly mixed views heading into this, but as I mentioned, sentiment very much improving, and it does come down to more of the production of the 737 MAX, and also don't forget the record-breaking order from Qatar. Also, Trump was in the Middle East a few months ago, which is a story that seems to have just come and gone, given just how fast things move on a daily basis. But, you know, that was obviously a good part of the story too.
Yep, and Boeing hasn't even asked the FAA to lift that production cap of 38 jets on the 737 MAX yet. Maybe we'll get some clarity on that. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Sam Vadas, Schwab Network contributor here, helping us break down Boeing. But let's bring Alex back in here. Alex, you know, bar's pretty high in here. Got RSI approaching the 71 level, overbought on a technical basis, but hey, we're finally starting to see a resurgence. And as long as they stay out of the headlines as far as maybe plane crashes, maybe production delays, supply chain issues, it seems like investors have, you know, started to believe in this company once again for a long stretch.
Yeah, what we talked about, what we saw so far through earnings season is not a lot of rewarding good numbers, but a lot of good numbers. 83% beat rate through 1/3 of the S&P 500, but I did see a stat basically saying that those that are missing are getting punished more than ever, essentially. So what I looked at was a neutral bullish strategy, looking to lean into, hey, a lot of these companies are beating, but they're not really being rewarded for the beat. That's sort of the expectation. And so not playing for upside, just playing for no downside is essentially the idea. Selling a put vertical, expiring at the end of this week, 225, 220 put vertical, dollar credit, so it's a 4-to-1 risk reward. Not ideal, maybe you like it a little bit better than that, but not as much strike availability in Boeing as other names. And you know, just this week's expiration, and by going to 225 with the market maker move around 10, it is like right at the expected move, or the 1 standard deviation move based off the options pricing. So with that in mind, you do have that subtle cushion. Let's call it 4% or so, 4 or 5% down to 225. Break even 224, but you are risking 400. So if it does, become one of those 17% thus far that misses, they are being punished more than ever, or more than normal, I should say. It would be relatively likely even that the stock could be below 220, but you are capped risk. So you're really hoping that it's good numbers, but you're not asking for a big reaction. Just maintain these gains, as it's been a really nice start for Boeing over the last several months.
Yep. Let's break this one down. August 1st weekly options, so just 4 days expiration. You've got some time after earnings also in case the stock does pull back, but neutral to bullish, short $5 wide put vertical, selling the August 1st weekly 225 put, buying the 220 put. Dollar credit roughly about what you can collect on that. The credit you collect is what you can make. As Alex mentioned, $400 in risk on this one. Kevin, you got better probability of success on this one. You're risking $400 to make 100 on this one, but those probabilities, are part of the trade-offs, right?
76.5% chance, Tom, that the 225 put will finish out of the money. So this, as a short put vertical that trades at a high probability, the risk reward is skewed towards the risk side, but the probability is in your favor, right? So risk 1 to lose 4 with a 76-77% chance of being profitable. That's the trade-off you make when you make high probability trades like this. But it's high probability, collecting theta, and risk defying, Tom. Checks off all 3 boxes.
Yep, break even at 224 to the downside, so you've got plenty of room on that one. Option market pricing in just about a $10 move either way in the shares. All right, that's going to wrap it up. Thanks to Alex Coffey. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so I just pulled up in real time the 227.5, 222.5. That would be moving it up $2.50. So you're giving up, that much in probabilities, let's say, but you only get 17, 18 more cents. So you're, reducing your risk by $35 and your chance to make 17 more. I don't know if that's worth the lower probability of success. It's going to come down to the individual, though.
Yeah, it's price discovery. It's working through different the same strategy, different strikes based on what you're comfortable with as far as the risk goes. Always think about the risk and not only potential profitability on those trades. All right, great stuff. Thanks to Alex Coffey, Senior Equities Contributor. But we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Landon Swan from Folio, he's going to join us to look at sentiment data In Spotify, the music streaming stock is up over 50% this year into their earnings ahead of tomorrow's open. We're talking Spotify music streaming next.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim.
Back to
Award-winning
260.
trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical.
Prepare ye in the name of the
Tailor
Lord.
the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute
I'm full.
news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Now it's time for my tea. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
In the biz.
I've seen something from.
Okay. Calm down, Wash. Nvidia's pulling back to the 200 right here. Oak. I need to do my towels today. Oh, God. What was that? We're at the orb at 250. Tight stop. Where's Sparks? I don't know, but Perry B. You know my step name is Perry. Perry. This ain't working out. What's Bangino doing?
My fiance is a veteran.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Dan Bangino just made a massive move. I can't believe it. Calls. Oh, I got to move out a day on the calls for the spy. I'm not in the spy, but I'm going in tomorrow. The 638 strikes. Not in them yet. $1.09. Oh, look at that Meta. Meta reversed. Triple bottom on the IWM. Hit the 63. I'm going to go put my towels in the dryer. Washer, I mean. This is the worst skin. I'll be right back.
That's what got them there. As you said, it's the better mousetrap. They came in and they just delivered things in a way that no one had seen before, and they just did it better. And I think that's ingrained in this company is the way to success is to have a great product, not necessarily to go out and tout it and market it, because if it's a great product, then everybody's going to use it, they're going to tell their friends, and they're going to get it. I mean, this is one of those products every entrepreneur dreams of, where the entire world could be a user. There's no specific niche that wants to hear music. Everybody likes music, podcasts, video, all that. So the fact that they can just build a better mousetrap, as you say, that's, I think, ingrained in their culture and what they do. And so if they're able to cut costs while gaining users, then it's just an even better win. And so, yeah, they've got audiobooks, they got podcasts, they got music. Now they're actually, their video is growing at about 44% year over year. So the time people spend on video is now growing. So they're getting into that as well. I just think the upside for this company long term is huge. I'm an investor, and full disclaimer, I'm an investor, but I think that this earnings report is a decent opportunity to make a little money. I think they're more likely to go up than down. I don't think it's a home run, but because of the pullback, I do think there's room to the upside. But worst case scenario, if you happen to own this one for a year, I think you're going to be happy in a year.
Yeah, we've seen that in Netflix post earnings also. Great report, great outlook, but lofty valuations, as Kevin mentioned, will come into play on this one. All right, great stuff. As always, Landon, appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio. Kevin, he mentioned it. I mean, you've seen what Netflix has done since earnings, actually pulled back a little bit, some profit taking. They didn't really say anything bad on the earnings. Spotify is richer. It's a higher valuation, more than double on a trailing PE for this one. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade? Because the option market's pricing in about a plus or minus $55 move.
Yeah, I share Landon's love for this company as a product, but I don't necessarily share his love as an investor, because we need to try to make money. That's why we're here. No matter what you think of this company, if it goes down, you got to try to make money. So, Tom, I'm not sure. But Netflix, which is basically the streaming Spotify, that didn't have a good reaction after their earnings, Tom. So, bare minimum, I got to be prepared for something in either direction. That's why I went with the double calendar, Tom. You're right. About a $55 expected move, right at $55, Tom. My strikes are $110 wide. Just a 1 week, August 8th, buying the 760 call and buying the 650 put. And then selling the same strike, 760 call, 650 put, on August 1st expiration, Tom. I'm collecting a fair amount of theta. I'm relatively flat in terms of delta, equidistant, Tom. And I wanted to go to either of the peaks. I wanted to go to 650 or 760, Tom.
Yeah, let's take a look at this four-legged double calendar position on this, where you got out in the August 8th weekly options, expires in 11 days. It gives you an extra week. You're buying that 760 call, buying the 650 put, selling those same options, the August 1st weekly option, selling the 760 call, 650 put, 1 week wide call and put calendar combined, paying roughly about a $6.50 debit. Price discovery warranted on this one. Got some wide bid-ask spreads on the individual options on this one. But if you pay that $6.50 debit, that's your risk, $650 per spread. As Kevin mentioned, you want it to go at or near either one of those strikes, either down to 650 or up near 760 on that one. But you still have a decent range. What you don't want to happen is you don't want it to kind of sit at or near 700. You want it to move. And you don't want a 2 standard deviation move to the upside or to the downside on this one, because then you start losing money on those. You probably got a range of maybe 610 to 615 on the downside. You can still potentially be profitable, and then maybe up near 790, 800 or so, you can potentially be profitable also. So while you're going towards those peaks, that's where you want the stock to go. You might get some expansion of this double calendar price if it's near or in a range around those, either one of those strikes. Keep that in mind. Also, as Kevin mentioned, time decay working in your favor on this one, as your near-term options that you sold in the August 1st weekly cycle decay at a faster pace than the ones that you purchased. But implied volatility historically falls post-earnings. And that'll also contract the price. But you want this thing to move about that 1 standard deviation either way, to the upside or downside on the double calendar. Covering both sides on that one. All right, let's take another quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk UPS. Delivery stock is down nearly 20% so far in 2025 into their earnings ahead of the opening bell tomorrow.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanded library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at UPS, let's get a quick look at the markets. Are weakening just a little bit here. The S&P 500, the benchmark, fractionally, basically flat. Dow Jones Industrial Average off over 30 points.
God.
Down nearly 0.1%. Nasdaq still positive and hitting record highs here, up 0.3%. And Russell, small cap.
Well, here I go again.
So we'll continue.
Lucky for me, I don't have a lot.
Markets here. It's the calm before the storm, earnings and data. All right, let's get into a discussion about our next stock. Let's go to UPS. Stock's down 19% so far in 2025, off about 29% from 52-week highs. Some bear market territory, and it's been a slog just off of 5-year lows that we hit a couple months ago around the $90 share level. Let's bring in George Tillis, Senior Market Strategist on the network. George,
help me here.
It seemed like UPS can do anything right at this time. I don't know if it's a macro environment. I don't know if it's company specific, but it seems like they've hit a roadblock here as far as at least the stock price anyway.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I did look at the 5-year chart as well, Tom, and you're right. I mean, if you look at it, it's been a serial underperformer. It's down about 15% at least in the last 5 years. Last year it's down around 19%. I did look at FedEx, by the way, just to kind of give a look at what they're doing, but their performance in the last year is also down about 19 or so percent, but nonetheless their 5-year performance is actually higher by about 44%. So I think just looking at the two companies together from a technical standpoint, we have to kind of evolve what's going on. There's an idiosyncratic issue that UPS seems to be facing that's company specific, but I think both the names are down this last year, which again speak to some of the challenges that are going on with international commerce, maybe tariffs, maybe even some economic slowness, and of course macro uncertainty. So I think you got to consider it's a leading business from a logistics, a brokerage, delivery. It has about 70% of the market share domestically. That's where their sales are in the United States, but they do operate in 200 countries. Big fleet, 120,000 vehicles. They manage about 530 planes, and they're still very much prominent in the large parcel delivery. But the challenge is that Amazon, the percent of sales for UPS that came from Amazon deliveries is actually dwindling, and Amazon's really moving quite aggressively in the small parcel delivery, the last mile delivery, including, of course, new types of programs that allow drivers, non-Amazon drivers, to deliver Amazon products using their own vehicles. So I think that's where there's some challenge for UPS. Then
internals aren't super great.
You got to consider internal factors. The company's spending quite a bit of money to revamp their technologies, try to bring more robotics in, improve their logistics, and then you throw in labor unions. It's very difficult for drivers to be laid off. They have pretty much a union stronghold on UPS. Effectively, the increased demands that unions had on UPS has also presented a challenges. So you've got top-line revenue challenges, competitive challenges, maybe some global challenges, economic challenges, and of course cost challenges. And that's why I looked at their operating cash flow was actually flat last year. And so I went to kind of look at that number from an operations standpoint to give me an idea. Is it really sort of an efficiency issue or sort of a mix of factors? And I say it's a mix of factors because their top line sales, even estimated next year compared to this year, are expected to grow just fractionally. So that gives you an idea that there's some outside challenges as well as internal challenges. Now for the quarter, they're expected to show a decline of around 13% in EPS at $1.56 per share last year for the same quarter, $1.79. If you look at their sales, they expect to be down 4% to $20.85 billion from $21.82 last year. Again, stock is down, reflecting these challenges. So I think at the end of the day, the question is what are they doing with their capital? they've always paid a healthy dividend. If you actually look at the dividend right now, it's around $6.
We could double bottom here.
The earnings estimates for this year is $6.97. So they're paying, a very large chunk of their income in dividends. The net income of the business has fallen in the last 5 years alongside the price. The dividend has risen, and so if you're
UPS are you stuck down in 10 of the last 12 reports.
Right now, over 6%. Something may have to give.
Market experts warns earnings season's not been kind.
Some way of mitigating expenses to counter some of the challenging revenues that they've been facing.
George, this is a company that, I'll give you the date, George, July 25th, 2023. But just almost right around 2 years ago is when they averted the strike by giving union employees a big raise. The stock that day was $187.
Huge raise.
And so you can see a steady decline in this name over time. And the dividend at 6.4%, we talk very carefully on this show about dividends because they're not guaranteed. Well, this one I think is in trouble, frankly. I don't know for sure. I have no knowledge, but 6%, something's got to change there, as you know. And what's going to, the obvious, future of this company is robotics, right? It's humanoid robots doing the same job and cutting expenses that way because it looks like the overall revenue of this whole group, FedEx, UPS, and Amazon, frankly, is going down based on that. So, Amazon's a real competitor here, George, and robotics might be the thing that brings UPS back to life because that'll be a massive decrease in their expenses, George. But they've got to figure out something, and I think, frankly, that this dividend, I have no knowledge, but I think the dividend's in trouble here.
I think so too, Kevin. I think this is a quarter where they have to demonstrate, management does, or executives, that what are they doing with the capital? Because I did look at last year. There was an improvement in EPS per share this year. If you look at last year, it was around $6.85, so there was a marginal improvement. There seems to be an inflection point on at least on a trailing basis in EPS. The stock really hasn't reflected that because, again, more output in terms of EPS is going off the balance sheet than coming on. And so even though the stock price is down significantly over the last 3 years, you have to consider that they've been, of course, moving money off the balance sheet in dividends. So if you're a dividend holder, you've been earning that money, but it's not obviously offset the total capital loss of holding the position for the last 3 years. Nonetheless, you have to consider a couple of technologies which include robotics, very expensive to deploy in an environment for UPS or FedEx because not all the parcels are the same. Robotics work very well in uniform environments like manufacturing, but when you're dealing with different parcel sizes and different weights and things, it's a little bit challenging. Lastly, vehicle autonomy may actually help them slow the pace of hiring going forward. Again, you can't displace the workers because of the contract and unions, but slowing the pace is something you have to consider as prospective for UPS and FedEx. But we'll see what they say in terms of what they're going to do with their dividend policy.
All right. Thanks to George Teller, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down UPS. Kevin, I looked at this one, kind of like what you did. You need a move in this one. But I looked at a different strategy. I looked at a long iron condor where you're with the outlook that you're going to get a move bigger than the one standard deviation. Option market pricing in about a plus or minus $6 move in the shares on this one. So going out to August 1st, weekly cycle. So just 4 days expiration. We're going to buy the 107 call, sell the 110 call, long a $3 wide call vertical. And then on the put side, we're going to buy the 99 strike put, sell the 96 strike put. So a $3 wide long iron condor where you're going to pay a debit of around $1.55. The debit you pay is going to be your risk, $155. But you can see here, you want the stock to move either below 97.45 on the downside or above 108.55 on the upside. So need a move type of strategy. Maybe looking at this one where, hey, we're going to
need 170.
Dividends, perhaps that's a possibility, or we get some good news and it rallies. You're expecting a big move either to the upside or downside. That's what you need on this type of strategy. Kevin, give me your take here real quick on this one.
Yeah, I'll keep this real short. You're looking for a move of $6 in either direction. You're spending about half the amount of the strikes, spending $1.55 to make $1.45. What loses money here is no movement, Tom.
Yep, you need a move on this one. You got 4 days in this position also on the example. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us today here on Fast Market, but stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing is coming up.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Alongside Alex Coffey, and as we check in on markets to start off this week, we are higher in the Nasdaq, modestly 0.3%, looking like we're slightly up now unchanged in the S&Ps, but pretty quiet session as we ramp into a huge week of earnings. I mean, the Fed, there's a lot to parse through this week, so we definitely have a jam-packed schedule, and today, I mean, not surprisingly so, starting things off on a relatively quieter note.
Yeah, and it's almost poetic because what I would say, regardless of what this screen showed, is I don't know where we're going to end up in 3, 4, 5 days time at the end of this week, But today won't matter.
Back to
And
150.
that, because there's just so much information that the market's going to digest. From earnings that you mentioned, 4 of the Magnificent 7 names, a bunch of semiconductors, payment processors, consumer names, big oil, Fed meeting, jobs data, inflation data, a trade policy deadline. It's like, what isn't this week? That list might be short.
That's true. So I think you illustrate exactly what the markets are somewhat reading into, and that's, today, we don't really have a ton of those catalysts to get through, so we are all holding our breath. So today, probably will be a total wash once we get more clarity on becoming economic data, Fed speak, trade policy, earnings, etc. So
what I see today is today is an opportunity for one, you to assess your portfolio, look and see, is there anything I need to do to prepare for these events if I'm worried about them or see opportunity in them? And then also establish anything new that you want to ahead of these events if you think there's opportunity. So today is about, you have the second, catch your breath, look things over, and make sure you actually have all the positions you want going into what is seasonally a little bit more of a consolidation period over the next quarter, but also just for this week alone, potentially a high-risk time. Now that risk could manifest in a big up move if all these things break the right way, but there is the conditions, let's say, for if a few of these things start to break towards disappointment, for there to be a large move lower as well.
That's very true, and also we could also see it being a non-event. Alphabet last week, well, it was one of our premier earnings names, didn't really do a whole lot.
Well, and that's a great point too. Is it can also be a non-event with it being anything but a non-event, aka saying, hey, Meta could say something that's really positive, go up a lot. Microsoft could be negative and go down. They could offset each other. The Fed could say something positive, but then the jobs data is negative. They could offset each other. So a lot of things are going to happen. The risk is that they start stacking in the same direction and clustering as either all positive or all negative, and that's where the movement can happen.
That is very true. Yeah, I feel like what's actually probably more likely is that they'll all somewhat cancel each other out. But we will obviously be tuning in very closely because we have a very busy week ahead. So as always on the show, we'll kick things off with somewhat of a tech focus, as we did see semiconductors make some nice moves this morning. A lot of that has been erased, though, as the session has gone on. We will also be previewing SoFi and PayPal from a technical and trade both ahead of their earnings tomorrow morning, as well as Spotify ahead of its earnings tomorrow morning. And we'll dive into what the market is expecting from these mega cap names. As Alex mentioned, 4 of the Mag 7 with numbers out really over the course of the coming
back over
days.
the inverse head and
This
shoulders.
will be a definite event to watch. And we'll close things out on the show with WeRide, which is securing now some historic robo-taxi permits in Saudi Arabia. So lots to dive through today. I will say, as always, we do tend to have a tech focus for the top of our show today being no exception, with some of these semiconductor stocks that are making decent comebacks, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, not putting too much stock into today, but certainly a good setup and an opportunity again to button things up. But let's get into some of these movers. Semiconductor theme, obviously. Talking AMD, huge moves in AMD, not only today, but
we're at
over the
180.
last few months. Like, quietly, AMD is flipping the script that we've given it such a hard time about and become.
Washboardjim has plenty of contracts here. We just hit the other resistance just now. We're at the 21 EMA, SMA, 2163 EMA. We need a blanket. I can't say where I'm going to say the target's going to be up here right around 63.96. Do you understand? Maybe. But we got to break these 2 moving averages. And the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. Still in. We're coming back up to that resistance level. This is the second time now. And I'm going to go make my tea. Definitely a bearish day. I got UPS just under $100. What am I thinking? I'm brain dead. I don't even know what I'm thinking. UPS. Did I get it on here? No, I didn't put it on. We're at the 200, I mean. Don't know what to say. Earnings are not good, so it probably pulled back. Somewhere down around under $100. Jenny, I love you.
You met expectations and that's not good enough. It could be that turning of the page to this new market that is a little bit more sideways or lower for a little bit.
Okay, and that's a good point because I think that speaks to a lot of Texas Instruments numbers. I mean, they weren't bad by any means. They just failed to enthuse, which might be, something that we consider, of course, this week when we get the next slew of tech earnings. We will leave it there, though, for the top of our show today. Coming up next, it's time to discuss some charts and trades in our fintech earnings that are out tomorrow morning, those being SoFi as well as PayPal.
Go get my tea and I'll be right back. Double bottom there on /ES right now.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12
Okay, I'm loaded.
Eastern on the Schwab Network.
fun investing. It's now time to look at the technicals in two of our fintech favorites, of course, SoFi and PayPal, both ahead of their earnings that are out tomorrow morning. So we will start off here talking SoFi with our chart master, of course, Rick Ducat, to help us look at all things technical. Rick, SoFi has been a next-gen favorite for quite some time because it's really matured, not quite like Palantir, but I put them almost in the same bucket where we've seen signs of stability and also consistency from its customer base. I mean, it's also increased its various credit standing. I mean, this has been a fun one to watch. I know we're lower today on the session here, but technically speaking, making a nice improvement from lows.
There's a fine line between fun and nerve-wracking, depending on when you're trading it specifically. But I see what you mean, though. And big swings to the upside and the downside. We're up about 248% off of those lows that were almost a year ago at this point here. We can see as well there was a notable high point right around this area, around the $18 mark. We can see that was where price kind of gradually formed this bottoming out shape type here, culminating with our April tariff news announcement lows near the $8 mark around that area here. We didn't really get the typical cup and handle type shape where you get the handle where the breakdown at resistance comes before continuing in the current trend. Instead, we just got this
did get it right here, you idiot.
Broke out to the upside. We never really even retested it that much around that $18 level. Instead, we migrated upwards.
She's thinking about it going out of that channel.
Around 1960 or so, around that point. That's also fairly close to our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. So that gives us a rather convenient confluence to consider for downside support and a possible either supportive price activity where price finds a foothold or a breakdown point to monitor as well if things do travel that way here. To the upside, though, to consider that area, well, we've got our intraday highs near 2274. That's a pretty obvious point to watch there. We can also see that for the most part, price had been traveling within this upward channel type shape here. We had our upside breakout, but now it seems like price is perhaps retreating back within those boundaries here. So something else to consider. Notice as well that our steeper blue trend line has been broken. So things are slowing down somewhat according to momentum. We can see on the RSI there a little bit of bearish divergence at this area specifically here. Now things are continuing to wane somewhat as we head into earnings.
So not abnormal to see, I mean, somewhat of this waning of RSI momentum we oftentimes talk about can slow on the session into earnings, but bearish divergence here, does that give you any degree of pause considering we are, I mean, nearing at least some of the highs we've seen in this name? Obviously, when you zoom out, you can see a wider scope, but really, what does the bearish divergence tell you here?
Yeah,
2 more minutes, I gotta go and do my cows.
Bearish divergence is when RSI is trending downward, the price is trending upward, basically. So it's a mismatch between the pace of the gains and between the price action here. So pretty common that would happen heading into earnings. Also more complicated because we were in the overbought area. So a sign of
I need 117.
Weakness there. All in all, though, to give you
double bottom.
an answer to that question, it would be pretty typical for momentum to slow down heading into earnings. That can be interesting, though, when it doesn't happen that way, when you see increased momentum or increased activity when the earnings are looming here. But if we were to look at our volume profile study, we can see here 2140 is our +1 standard deviation channel. That matches up fairly cleanly with our volume node according to our volume profile study. So that gives us another congestion area to watch potentially within our two boundaries, 1966, 2275, and also here, more volume around that $18 mark that we mentioned earlier. That also stands out.
Okay, so a lot to consider here, and at least today we are making a slight move to the downside, so obviously we'll keep that in mind. We're down about 1.25% in SoFi to kick off this week. But now, as we do look to trade SoFi here for example purposes, what I call fun, what Risk calls, I think, is somewhat maybe a risky name because of its volatility. I do think it does point to an interesting earnings move, no doubt. So with that in mind, Alex, how do you think about trading here for example purposes?
Well, one, I feel kind of like embarrassed to say this, but I feel like I fell asleep at the desk or something. When did SoFi become a $20 stock?
I know.
This thing is like a $6 stock. So credit to those who have been believers. We'll see if it can continue going with the trend, but acknowledging that divergence, acknowledging the risks associated with earnings. Neutral to bullish, risk-defined short put vertical spread here. $20 strike for the short put. 19 for the long put, keeping this relatively contained. It's a lower price name still, even with the 20 and some change price tag. If you get 30 cents on that, it's a nice 30 cents on the dollar. $70 in risk, $30 in max profit potential per spread, $19.70 the break even. Of course, Nebraska's first national title in football in 1970, so easy for me to remember. First of 5, max profit though, $30. It seems like a little, but again, this is all relative. Only $70 in risk, so about a 2-to-1 risk reward, and you can always make these trades bigger by doing more. We're always going to analyze these with the minimum quantity that you would need. So just a single spread, 30-70, but if you want to make it 300, 700, you do 10 of them.
And like you said, relatively much an earnings pure play because we do see expirations this Friday. I keep forgetting that August 1st is this Friday, but a reminder that the month of July is ending very soon before us. So now as we shift gears and do look at PayPal here, PayPal actually higher today, about 0.75%. So walk us through this chart, Rick.
For the most part, price was traveling upward here. We could draw this rising wedge type shape here. Really not, I mean, and this is not a perfect trend line here. Trend lines typically you would want to match up along the lows more consecutively. But what I'm trying to do is just describe the general trajectory here where we saw a series of higher lows, but at the same time, the higher highs were less and less noteworthy here. So just kind of slowly grinding up higher. But, you know, the rising wedge typically regarded as a more bearish pattern. It can go either way, though. It's not set in stone what's going to happen. In this case, we got the upside breakout here beyond those old highs. You can see 77, our green line here. This was an old area of interest here based on some lows that we saw here. More lows and then the breakdown point, then the highs that were tested once again. Old support can often become new resistance going forward here. So now, for now, we're hanging on above these levels. We have the confluence of our old, you know, price line there, lining up with that 77 level. If we were to move lower, 2 moving averages, orange 63-day, purple 252-day exponential moving averages, line up with our lower trend line near about 73. That is one area that sticks out here. But, you know, as we said, we're breaking out to the upside, the 82 level, our red line here. This was a gap and then a low and then a high. So that would be one area to watch as well. Momentum also improving, kind of the opposite situation that we were talking about previously here. Momentum making new relative highs. We broke through our downward sloping red trend line. So this would be more what you would be perhaps more interested in seeing if you were bullish in this name. Nevertheless, you never know what's going to happen with earnings until it happens.
That is very true here, as earnings can sometimes erase everything we've been seeing from a trend perspective and somewhat just dissipate the recent trend. So last but not least here, as we do discuss further trends in PayPal, what else are you watching?
Right, so around here, 71 to 73 roughly. We mentioned our moving averages. We've also got our volume profile point of control and our linear regression line. So our heaviest trading area and our fair value line also align with these other indicators. So that seems like a really important downside area based on some of these technical indicators all lining up. But now we are also in the midst of this volume node here near 78. If we were to move lower, 77 was that downside area to watch. If we were to break to the upside, once we start getting above 79, the volume really thins out. That would pave the way for that 82 level.
Okay, so a lot to consider here, and appreciate it, Rick, for all that technical help. And now, as we do look to trade PayPal again ahead of earnings tomorrow morning, Alex, for example purposes, walk us through your thinking.
Really similar strategy, same strategy. Selling to put vertical below the market, neutral to bullish, expiring at the end of the week, but structured slightly differently in terms of risk to reward. Not as much volatility in this name, so to go a little bit further away from the money, you're not going to get as big of credit. So it changes that relationship between risk and reward. In this case, max loss is 150, max profit is 50 if you're only able to get 50 cents on the $2 wide spread. So 3 to 1, where before it was closer to 2 to 1, 74.50 to break even. And again, same thing applies. This is just the minimum quantity. This is for one spread, $50 max profit, max loss, 150. You can always make trades bigger, you can't make them smaller, so we're always going to look at them in the smallest increment.
Okay, and important for both of these, as we did discuss, both are risk defined and both do see that Friday expiration, so both pure plays on some of the earnings volatility that is expected. But we will leave it there for our chart master today. Now coming up next, it's time to preview another name that has earnings out tomorrow morning. That is Spotify, with some analyst favorability as of last week, and we'll talk about all of the notes and expectations for Spotify here coming up next.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on
Jimmy's in the red.
only on Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing
Technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full real-time example trades.
Oh, I can't wait for my vacation.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market.
Mark
Weekdays at
Harmon,
noon on
do I know you?
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab.
How you going to accept that? I doubt if you're Mark Harmon. I only have 35 friends.
Next investing, it's now time to dive into FOMO. Today we are talking Spotify with earnings out tomorrow. We have a 1% jump today on the session here into this print. And joining us now is Marley Caden, host here for the network, to give us all of the insight. There's been a lot of analyst convictions in this name. I mean, Spotify, per at least one analyst last week, they said could be a buy into earnings. So walk us through the expectations here.
Expectations are looking pretty good for Spotify right now. They're expecting EPS of $2.13 on revenue of $4.93 billion. That would be up about 20% year over year, so would be a very solid performance if they can get there. Monthly active users, very important numbers for them. They're expecting that to go up about 10% to 689 million. They're expecting their premium subscriptions to be up about 11% at 273 million, and ad-supported monthly active users up about 9% at 429 million. So looking for some big growth there.
God, here
Now,
she's
their
back.
growth story has been driven by AI-led innovation. It's boosted them over the last several quarters. In this fourth quarter of 24, they had their MAUs grow about 10% from the previous year quarter. First quarter of 25, they added about 3 million MAUs.
Girl.
And so this is a lot of those AI enhanced, the AI DJ, the AI.
I can't listen to you. And I refuse to. You give me nothing but bad luck. She reminds me of the snob in high school.
What do you think we should be looking at?
It's guidance and growth story. They're definitely watching their margins and they're watching the growth in the users. That's very important. Since they started to see AI-driven growth. Year to date, they're up about 57% the last year, and it's only been about a 2-year journey they've been on this AI-driven journey. They're up 117%, so they're outperforming the broader sector. I know another thing that a lot of analysts mentioned is domestically here in the US, they have pretty fierce competition from both Apple and Amazon, so I think they will be looking for any clue into sort of how their numbers stack up there. But looking for those global numbers, very, very important, how much they're growing overall, both in that premium and in the ad tier.
I know, because they saw that short-term benefit from the fact they raised prices for the first time in decades, and so that has been a benefit. But now that that's been
Honey,
in, it's like you have to.
Would you stop pumping this piece of crap?
Granted, Netflix has done quite well, but will Spotify be able to? I think remains the question.
And they're honestly, this is one of the few.
Honestly?
In the note where they keep saying, "We believe it's already priced in." We've all read the.
Oh God.
I didn't see it in any of the analyst notes that I read on Spotify for their upcoming earnings. They don't believe it's priced in.
Did a 10% sell-off?
I believe it's priced in.
Certainly it won't hurt them, but.
What do you mean they don't believe it? It's up 1,000%. 1,100%.
Answer. I don't know where I even would answer this. Are they competing with Netflix, or Netflix and Spotify like they're like friendly competitors? Like you're going to be subscribed to both, and there's no considering getting rid of one or the other.
I think different worlds.
I don't think this chick looks at charts.
Apple is still their biggest competitor, and I know that they've even been outspoken about some of the backlash they feel about Apple's App Store. But I get why Apple's doing it, because they also have their music offerings.
Is YouTube a competitor?
YouTube would be more of a competitor,
yeah,
but I also don't view them in the same space with Netflix either. I think Apple Music and Amazon Music are the only two primary competitors that they have, just because it's only an auditory.
You're a big bear, baby.
Maybe an Audible offering from just what can you do while you're listening to something. That's why I would say YouTube maybe.
Yeah, YouTube maybe.
But I think we're converging towards a world where it's going to be all of these companies have everything, and it's just like we saw. When it came to the Mag 7 slowly doing everything, it's going to be like Spotify is going to have video content the same way YouTube has.
Sparks is back.
And Netflix is going to have podcasts. It's all going there, I think.
I agree. I think one day we'll have massive streaming subscription fatigue, because right now I'm thinking
we're there.
Yeah, we're there. I'm thinking in my mind, I do pay for Netflix, I do pay for Spotify, I pay for YouTube Premium. Let's just goes on and on. But as you look to trade now Spotify again for example purposes into this earnings event, as you said, history will not give you a great indication, because we've seen misses, we've seen beats. I mean, it's been all over the place, but what we know right now is
I think her and
big
Coffee are having an affair.
So two things. It's a neutral bearish strategy, but the best case scenario is a higher price. So there's nuance to it. And the reason I think that this can make sense is, what have we talked about this earnings season so far?
She's got that look.
News hasn't really been rewarded, but bad news has really been punished. So what if they have a good story, but it's kind of a lackluster move higher? That's sort of
whatever you do, don't take her to a Coldplay concert.
Call Butterfly, where we're buying a call debit spread, but we're...
Coffee, Alex, do not take her to a Coldplay concert. Your career will be in shambles. Take her to a nude beach.
Best case scenario is higher. So omnidirectional in a way. The exact strikes, it all expires at the end of this week, Jenny. 745, 750, 760.
I'm going to go get my towels, and I'll be right back.
So the real question is, well, how
I'm still in this sucker.
Well, if the stock doesn't ever get up in the 745 plus range, simply these options would be expected to expire worthless at the end of the week, and the trader would just keep the $100 or the dollar credit associated with this trade. So that's the bearish aspect of this. There's no downside risk. In fact, you are profitable if it goes lower. But if it does get up in the 750 range, kind of test those all-time highs again, this can expand to as much as 600. Not the most likely of outcomes. It would have to perfectly pin 750.
Man, we bounced right off the 200 on the 5 minute.
So really, you're looking for an unchanged, lower or slightly higher move in this one. Post earnings, you're not looking for the rip your face off rallies. That's really where the risk is in this trade.
Rip your face off rally. I like that. That was a good alliteration. So yeah, looking again to see more of that earnings pure play volatility as we sometimes juicy with Spotify, but tomorrow will be a good test as we get that next wave of earnings for the week. But appreciate it. Marley Caden, of course, host here for the network for all of the analyst insight and expectations for the audio streamer as we go into those numbers. We'll leave it there, though, for FOMO today. Coming up next, it's time to discuss the expectations for mega cap earnings. Of course, we would be amiss if we just completely let these out. It's the event to watch all week long. We'll dive into some previews coming up next.
She got you tongue-tied, don't she, Magnificent?
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
I bet you Magnificent has a high, squeaky voice.
Webcast series breaks down
That or something like this. Well, I just don't think I can do that. I can't get on voice. I just don't think I can do it.
I'm Nicole Petalese, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network.
No, you better not have.
Anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Richard? You bitch.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time to discuss one of the names with numbers out this week, that being Apple, of course, which has seen some overall mixed right now responses and data even from coming out of China specifically. So joining us now to discuss more on the latest numbers we've gotten out of the mega cap, of course, tech name is Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers. Diane,
You got me on that one.
The shipment figures we've gotten from China as
We need a breakout, please.
A 4% increase year over year, according to Canalys. So, I mean, walk us through the
Jim,
latest because that is going to be definitely
You're
central
down
to this earnings
95%.
Yeah, 10.1 million.
Are you going to sell?
The number in terms of the data that
No.
Canalys has of shipments of Apple
No, I
iPhones,
can't.
To China. So that is an increase, as we mentioned, of 4% year over year. So it is growth, and it's some growth that Apple has needed because it marks its first quarterly growth since Q4 of 2023.
Oh, I'm going to go down and tell them.
But still, it's not enough to move the needle in terms of its ranking there. Huawei has really been eating its lunch in China. Apple is fifth in the Chinese smartphone market. Huawei has the pole position there. Now, Apple's been strategically lowering prices for the iPhone 16 to boost demand during their mid-year, that 618, that big shopping event festival there. That also helped with trade-in values as well. And just overall, there's been some aggressive discounting on some Chinese e-commerce platforms. But still, that iPhone pricing has been too high to benefit from national subsidies. So that limited some of the upside. But again, there is still some growth there. It is, as we know, China's a key market for Apple. It's its third market after, of course, the Americas is its first market, which accounts for the lion's share of revenue. That's followed by Europe. Europe accounts for about 25% of its revenue, give or take there. Again, there has been that tension, that geopolitical tariff tension. That has
Oh,
been
I know what I'm going to do with the phone.
to your point about
I'll be right back. I'm still in this trade, so.
in shares of Apple today. They've been flip-flopping just below to just above the flat line right now. And it's been an underperformer year to date, so we really have to see some strong numbers from Apple when it reports later this week, guys.
No doubt about it, and they've set the bar relatively high, Diane, for the China numbers now. I mean, if it were to hit expectations of about 3% revenue growth year over year for the greater China region, as you're talking about, that would be the first quarter of growth for Greater China going back to quarter 3 of 2023. So a 2-year of basically 8 consecutive quarters of sliding on one of its, at one point was thought as the future of Apple when it came to growth. So we'll see if they can stop the bleeding there and get back to growing. And we could be talking about an Apple that's moving higher as opposed to one that's maybe moving sideways as we've seen. Diane King Hall, always a pleasure, hosted Morning Movers. Great insights. Looking forward to Apple later on this week. As we say goodbye to Diane, we're going to welcome in our next guest. That's Logan Gillen, analyst for Jewel Financial, to continue the mega cap conversation. Logan, good to have you back to catch up. But just continue with some thoughts you may have regarding Apple, then we'll get into some of the other heavy hitters for the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a huge week on the markets. And you wouldn't even believe that we have a Fed meeting in the middle of the week. I feel like no one's talking about that. We're really focused on earnings. But I'm going to come back to that because I really think that the Fed meeting is really indicative of what's going on with these mega cap names as well. Because we all know Fed's likely not going to do anything. They're not going to make any changes. And I feel like there's a lot of sentiment similarly for the tech area, that people are looking at these tech names and saying, they're going to need to produce well. But that's the expectation. Like, the expectation is that the numbers are going to be solid. But what we're going to wait for in the Fed is the press conference. What we're going to wait for on all these tech names is what the outlook looks like moving forward. Because there's a lot of things happening in the environment. When we look at AI, when you look at Apple specifically, obviously tariffs, what's going on with China. When you look at some of these other big mega cap names, how are they integrating AI? How is that improving revenue? How is it maybe covering up some of the other areas of their business that might be slowing down in certain ways? So it's going to be a really interesting week, but again, I kind of relate it to what's going on with the Fed this week. We have the expectation. They need to perform well. We saw it with Tesla last week. You know, a little bit under of the expectations, not much, but a little bit under, and there was an immediate reaction to the stock. But it's been bought up after this Samsung news. Google had a really good report, but the expectation bar is really high. So after a week later, the stock really hasn't moved much. It's basically in the same area that it was last time, or last week before the earnings. So you're kind of evaluating and watching what the different data points are going to be. But I think the most important thing for all of these mega cap names that are reporting this week is, what is the outlook? What is the future going to look like for these companies? Not just what the earnings were in the last quarter.
I agree. I do think there seems to be this overhang of uncertainty still regarding like the full impact of various tariffs and what some of these trade policies still frankly even look like. So I agree. Last week was, hugely positive for Alphabet. Didn't seem to hold or resonate for the coming sessions though. And so for that reason, what do you like now of these names that are on deck? You have, of course, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon. Is there a favorite of yours that stands out amongst the mega cap names?
Yeah, Amazon's one that we've held in the portfolios for a long time. Now, we're not adding here, but we have liked it in the portfolios because they continue to execute. And I think they're one that can tell a very easy story. They're continuing to do cost-cutting measures. They are obviously influenced and impacted by tariffs, but they seem to be mitigating that in pretty good ways. It'll be interesting to see what Amazon
Well,
Services
I just
comes out
accomplished
with.
something that no one else has never done in their
That's one that
lifetime.
we watch closely, and that's one we like. We actually like the ones last week too, which again haven't moved much off of
In the
earnings.
world.
We felt that Tesla move lower was.
I might be the only one that's ever done it.
Obviously, it's recovered well. Google, we feel like that's going to go to all-time highs as well. Apple has not been one that we've liked very
Does anybody
much.
want to know what it is?
Weeks, months, even years for a while, is that kind of is one that we've faded and not had part of the portfolio. I think it's important too to remember and just kind
I
of
guarantee you I'm the only person that's ever done this in the whole wide world. Out of how many billions of people? Does anybody know what I just did? Angel, would you like to know what I just did? I guarantee you've never done it. I can't read that chart. I'm getting ready to post. Randy? I need one more person because I'll be so embarrassed. I wish Michelle was here. She would. Okay. So I'm getting ready to post a picture. I'm going to tell a story about this. I'm the only person in the whole wide world has ever done this. You see that can of carpet cleaner? I'm sitting in there washing my towels and I heard this clunk. And I said, what the hell was that? And I didn't see nothing in there. So I went to go transfer my towels into the dryer and I found that can in the washer. Can anybody beat that? I guaranteed I'm the only person that's ever done that. And the lid was off of it. Hopefully the lid's still on it. No boy. You thought that was funny, huh? I looked at her and I said, I thought I heard a sound and I didn't see nothing. And I piddled around in there. Shit. I'm getting ready to load up calls again. Thinking it was sunscreen. That's funny. When I have a chance, Roku. Oh, I gotta get in. I gotta add on here. I'm gonna go back to the 200. I think you broke the record too, Michelle. Can't get this air conditioner to stay down. See if that works. I'm gonna load the boat big time. Right now I'm in kind of small on SPX, but I'm gonna really add on. A lot. $0.35. If I can get it. 35 cents on SPX. Let me see here. 18. Yeah. In fact, I'm going to go more than that. Yeah, that's more like it. I had a chance to buy it. I didn't do it. But I want this price. Booger in my nose. Yeah, Michelle, I think yours beats mine. I'm in the 6400s. I'd go up a notch. There we go. I'm in now. It's not a good day. I'm not down that bad, but I will be if it starts to tank. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to put a stop in here just in case this don't hold. Rob's doing Bowen. I don't know how I didn't get Boeing in here. I can't believe I didn't put Boeing in here. Huh. That shocks me. I'm sure I didn't put Boeing in here. Huh. Hanging friends with Mark Harron. Julia Leach, Linda. Oh man. Freaking people in church are finding me. Last time I got these things around 30 cents, I made a killing. They were pumping deck last week. Boeing's X-37B orbit test vehicle set for mission. Boeing said its XB orbit test vehicle, Boeing, let's see if we can see a picture of this. Boeing built a X-37B space plane set for 8th mission. I didn't even know they had something like that. More draw. Florence, I was just 2 cents off my resistance on Roku. AVGO, I'll look at it here in a second. Gosh. Well, What? Oh. The $63.85s are up. I gotta work my ass off to save my ass on this one here. Come on, baby. I got closer to the money. Got a triple bottom. I got a break. The QQQ's at the 63 on the 1 minute. Dang it. I'm back down to... Whew. It's now 2:23 Eastern Time. Slash ES is closing in on the 200 on a 30-minute. We got 3 Black Crows on the 2-minute. Oracle did pretty well today. Opens at 236. Let's go. We need the breakout. We got AMC down here at support if you're a pumper of that. I was up a little bit on these. I didn't sell them when I should have. Down a little bit now, not much. Back up there again. We got a 1, 2, 3 here, Rob. We got an ascending triangle at the bottom right now, more or less. It could be asymmetrical, but I want to see a breakout. We got a little symmetrical flag. Apple has a triple bottom. AMD coming in on the 200. Meta had a pullback. And we got a little knife here on NVIDIA. 175.13, the 200. I'm almost back to even on my 63.85s again. We broke the triangle. Now we got to come up from the symmetrical flag. Now we got to come up and break the 63. If we break the 63, we'll move higher to a double top, or maybe a head and shoulders. Right, 63.85. $63.85.85. Back to almost even. And I still have some 6400s. I'm trying to work my way out of them. But I don't have a lot now. I sold some of them. Let's go. Break it. We're at resistance. Nike stock jumps after the analysts say just buy it ahead of Soccer World Cup. See, that's no reason to buy a frickin' stock. JP Morgan. That's next year. A whole year from now. That makes no sense. Now I gotta go. I'll be right back. Go get my towels. I'm gonna take my phone with me just in case I need to get out of this. I'm not done yet. I'm not scared. Do, 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 do. We got a triple top coming up on Boeing. Oh, there we go. Now we definitely got a strong ascending triangle now. If we break this here next trend line, it's an easy shot to my target. And I got a ton of the 6400s. A lot. An awful lot. But not, I mean, it's not very much money, but a lot. We just hit resistance. We got to break it. Break that. It's an easy shot up here and we're out. It could go up higher, but If I make this, I'll be 9 for 9 today. I'm at 235 right now on my 6385s. This is an ascending triangle. I'm going to lower that target. I'll set an alert right there. I'm going to go get me some juice. I'll be right back.
It's in my purse.
Back to support. ASML. Pull up another watch list. Ooh, SMCI really took off here in the past week. last couple of days. Better than expected earnings ain't even come out yet. We got Tilray earnings coming out, I think, this week. Okay, here we go again.
Optimistically than you would believe, given its underperformance now for several quarters. We do have 18 buys and 20 holds, 2 still underperforms and no sells. But at least right now,
you know, they've upgraded this thing so many times, it's never held. Nike.
High end of the range, and that does, I think, signify.
I just think they got a ton of money in them.
Especially on what was a really stellar report from Deckers Outdoor, which was also a catalyst towards Nike seeing some upside towards the end of last week. So encouraging that the retailers that are closely linked to Nike have seen better than feared results already. Of course, we don't get Nike until very late in the cycle, but you have to imagine we're hopefully seeing signs of, again, some stabilization in what has been a challenging athletic and athleisure market this year.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, and if Hoka's any indicator as a competitor, you know, Hoka was what helped keep Deckers up. You know, that they were one of their best performing, them and UGG. And they did cite some of the UGG sneakers as a driver also behind UGG's success. It's not just the fur boots, it's the sneaker and sandal component as well. So could be a positive sign for Nike, but certainly this upgrade, the street responding well. You know, its shares are up almost 4%. AMD also got a price target raise, right?
AMD with some nice price activity this morning, which again, I don't think I've been able to say this for quite some time, but at 52-week highs today, not back at all-time highs, but we are at least seeing signs of, again, stability in a space that has been just underperforming the behemoth that is all things NVIDIA. So we're seeing stock rallying as overall Street does appear more optimistic about its positioning in the AI semiconductor world. UBS raising their price target to 2.
Back at support on the SPX.
And reaffirmed a buy rating. This price target, though, roughly implying about 20% upside from where we closed back on Friday. They did say what they said.
The X pattern.
Upside bias for the June results, driven by both their PC and server demand. Back in June, though, they announced their latest AI chips to compete with NVIDIA, the AMD Instinct MI350 series. They do believe they'll be able to sell those AI GPUs for as much as $25,000, which is a higher price than previously expected. And this analyst forecast that the company could reach now an annualized $10 billion rate in their data center GPU revenue by at least the end of this year, saying they've been moving towards this full stack rack scale solutions, which we've seen also duped by NVIDIA. But in March, they had disclosed the acquisition of ZT Systems, which they did say gives them now the expertise to design rack scale AI servers, which incorporates these chips, networking, and gives them a larger end-to-end system offering in the future. So that is encouraging, and I think always a note that has specifics behind it, behind an upgrade, is also encouraging.
I was fascinated by that price increase. We don't see those substantial price increases. Theirs is up 67%, so a pretty significant price increase, but it's still cheaper than the NVIDIA counterpart. So, you know, that was very interesting to me. Also, I saw a report from HSBC that said that their chip sales with this new price target will be about $15.1 billion, they're estimating, instead of $9.6 billion. So huge upside here, and still more affordable than NVIDIA. So it will be interesting to see if, you know, clearly this is a play to try to take some of that share away from them. Can anyone take share from NVIDIA? We don't really know at this point.
I know, and that lower price tag, when it was first unveiled, I mean, like years ago when they started really unveiling these various GPUs to compete with NVIDIA, the upside was we were like, hey, if you're a company that's right now looking to enter this AI arms race, what do you want to do so for cheaper? Isn't that their competitive edge? But it has not really played out as such. So we're waiting to see, hopefully, a lower price that could appeal to some of these companies that aren't, you know, your Amazons, your Metas, your massive customers, because not every company is going to be shelling out, you know, $100 billion in CapEx for AI. You have to see some pricing flexibility, which AMD does offer. It just hasn't been to their benefit yet.
We do have some of those companies reporting.
We're 10 minutes post power hour.
Not everybody can. Our last one, not as positive a note, Coinbase, you know, who's just been on an absolute tear this year, but got downgraded.
Yes, and I think this is a great story of, well, we do see it trade alongside, you know, the hype around Bitcoin, Ethereum. It's not going to be, some of this legislation that was passed, like the Genius Act, is not going to be the rising tide that lifts all boats. You're going to see it impact different industries within crypto differently. So Monness Crespi did downgrade shares today, like you said, for that reason, to neutral from buy, acknowledging that while they're potentially early with this call, it may be time to take profits ahead of their second quarter report. And they will be interested in revisiting this name at a lower multiple. They think investors could see multiple entry points at around $275 a share. So assume like $103 below where we're trading. But they said that right now, given the earnings power they still see in the second half of this year, this multiple could be comparable
Watch the 63.85s here.
Through the cycle.
Get back in them.
When they mention valuation, it is important to keep in mind this name does trade at a forward PE of 66.5 times. It actually, over the last 12 months, has carried over a 70 PE. So yes, it has gotten expensive. You have to post growth for that very reason, and that's, I think, going to be a theme we see for all earnings names this week, where, hey, you can't argue with the fact that you've been trading, basically implying growth that we are now all expecting. So you have to be able to put up some pretty stellar numbers, and good has not been good enough for this earnings period. You need to see outside, basically exceptionalism for your stock to rally and hold the session following.
Yeah, growth is not enough.
No.
In this quarter.
Why not?
Even better than expected guidance really hasn't been enough.
It has to be sustained growth, improving growth, guidance moving forward with growth and CapEx spending.
Why, honey?
That seems to be the recipe for success, but we'll see as the week goes on. Jenny, we appreciate you breaking down all those headlines for us and all of the movement for us as well.
You don't have a clue.
And of course, we have the July Fed meeting kicking off.
You're so in bed with the
tomorrow.
analysts that you don't make any sense.
Decision coming on Wednesday. The FOMC is not expected to cut interest rates this month, despite repeated calls from the administration to do so. President Trump visited the Federal Reserve last week and openly disagreed with Powell about the cost of the building's renovation in front of reporters.
He's costing us $1 trillion a year in interest rates out of your tax money. This guy right here. These interest rates don't need to be that high. Plus, he's cost you $2.5 billion and wasted money on that Fed building. $2.5 billion.
It's still the case, but the way I would talk about this is the market remains in a hurry up and wait approach, while the Fed itself actually remains in a wait and hope approach.
Hope.
I think the
That's
Fed,
it.
much like the rest of the market, knows that this eventual uncertainty from tariffs, a general pressure
here we
on
go.
overall prices, continued wage pressures, puts a general upward bias on inflation. And what the Fed really needs in order to be confident in cutting is either a sustained and notable move down to inflation, which we are not going to see by the end of the year, or hopefully some minor signs of cracking in the labor market, which gives them the
This is called the
cut rates. The Fed wants to cut, but they just can't right now, and so they remain
How the hell that support line?
and hope in order for the data to soften just a little bit to allow them to step
We'll get
into
past
some
the
of
200
that,
and come and do a double
slowing of
top.
the economy.
And Jeff, I read your note after the last FOMC meeting, and your base case was for no cuts through the end of the year. Is it still that?
No.
I have to balance it with the Fed really does want to cut, but I think where we find ourselves today is we're continuously surprised at the resiliency of the underlying economy and the resiliency of the U.S. consumer. And unless we think that that is fundamentally going to shift, it does remain my base case that the Fed is going to have to continue to push out those cuts. So I think watching the pressure itself will be incredibly insightful.
What's that?
I think the biggest thing that we wanted to watch for is whether the Fed directly asserts that September is a live
God,
meeting.
well,
But one thing I don't think the market is focusing on enough yet.
don't
is,
look like it's gonna
yes,
go
we have
anywhere,
the
though.
July FOMC coming this week, but we also have Jackson Hole in August, which would allow the Fed another point to potentially pivot and
little
put
too
that
far
September
out.
meeting
I bet you they
firmly
move.
in the live or perhaps even expected cut camp, which I
The six.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay. The SPX, I mean, they're more or less zero right now. It's a pretty tight squeeze.
Here we go. We're trying to run it back in there.
I'm gonna go talk to my landlord.
They're going to try to keep you pinned between 64.10 and 64.15. Exact same number of buy orders and sell orders sitting there. 254 at 64.15, 248 at 64.10. They're going to burn premium.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see where I am. 60 cents. I got 60 cents on these 63.85s.
Yeah, the biggest buys and sells are 6410 and 6415, so they're gonna try to keep you pinned there.
Let's get a big bounce.
Oh, share difference, right? I'll go see exactly what I look at. Yeah, I'm seeing how they're playing with working contracts.
There's 80. Now we'll break to 63, 85. Did you get in them? Or are you just kind of sitting back?
I'm sitting back in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. I got in a little too early, but usually I like to wait until a half hour. But we're at 90 cents right now. Okay, we're at a head and shoulders resistance level. You can get out at 95, but I think my problem now is I got so good at scalping now I kind of wait, and I wait too long and then I end up screwing myself. That's what I did on that 6400 in a way. I had plenty of time to get out of that trade. We're definitely at a resistance here at 105. $115. Now let's go. See, this is where I should get out right now. That shoulder line. You got this here resistance plus the shoulder line of the head and shoulders. So I'll take it. Out at 110. And if it breaks it, I'll jump back in. Well, we got 4 minutes to 3:30. Now this thing's staying on. I'll be right back. Whoop, there we go, 90. We break this and get ready to jump back in. We still would have another resistance to break, though. It's not very far out, so I think if we broke 63.82.85, that'd be the one. But I didn't jump in it. I was busy talking to an AI agent. Back down again. Just doesn't, I mean, it's a stubborn one today. Especially here at the end. I was killing it earlier. But I don't want to overtrade. I mean, this thing could drop all the way back down to this trend line again. We've got a lot of good little spots to hang out, but like right about now, back at 65, 60 cents here. But it could easily drop down to the top of that channel. Kind of got me fooled.
Oh, baby, there's the squeeze.
Once it breaks, well, I don't know, 64, 15, 47. Slash ES or 64, 14, 35. Well, like at 15 area. It's had a hard time breaking the 2 minute at 64, 15, 13.
I got right up there around 64, 15, 25.
That's what you got?
So yeah, pretty close.
Yep. Yeah, I agree, 100%. And they're just right out of the money right there. I mean, they're cheap. If this thing breaks out, you could have a nice little run, but
Yeah, I got into 63, 85, 55.
you got lucky there.
I bought it off the bottom of the Bollinger Band.
You got a little. I was going to get him at 60, but I didn't.
I'm throwing everything but the bitches sink in the sun band today. I got fibs, I got Bollinger Bands, I got zones.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. We've been here for about an hour and 30 minutes or so. This is it. It's debt. I got 64, 63, 81, 26 at the shoulder line on the SPX. It just does not want to break it. That's the third time up.
Yeah, it's just on top of fib, bottom, top of Bollinger, bottom of Bollinger, top of Bollinger.
They must be pretty tight.
It's squeezing right now. If it hits 64, 12, 31, that's your 61.8 fib zone. So 64, 12, 50 is your fib zone and the Bollinger.
There you go. Held your 55. Right here. Let's go. Bring it. The numbers have been pretty tight today, but there's a lot of walls ahead of it all the time.
Yeah, today was a hell of a correction day. If you look at the daily chart.
Yep. Tomorrow's a pretty good size earnings day. There's not much in earnings today at all. Tomorrow, that's the day we really got to pay attention to. I'm gonna go back and watch my video tonight. I feel like swinging bowling. I mean, I really. For the rest of the year. At least get it back to 250.
I'm really surprised that it's taken us in the 6404 zone today, because that's on the daily chart. I've got 1, 2, 3 days that closed there. The last 3 days closed there, actually.
Boeing had a new high. Pulled back to support to the orb.
Boeing has a hell of a lot of sales above it, but no buys below it. Yeah, it's like crazy looking book map. There's nothing underneath the walk. There's 20,000 sales at 240, 22,000 at 248, 30,000 at 250. Like there's sales all above it, but there's no buys under it.
Here we go, 95 to a buck. You're up 100% almost. We're at the resistance line, double top. We'll break this wall, we'll shoot up big time with some nice bounces. If not, I'd be taking profit. If you haven't already. This one to an hour. I don't have that. Yep. We got a doji. Tweezer doji. Tweezer bottom on that last one. And this one. For the last 3 hours we've been holding this support. Makes it hard.
say you were or were not coming back on?
I was wanting to.
You said screenshot I put up?
No. I'll look at it. I think it's going to go to 250.
Look how many sell orders are sitting between 235, 78, and 250. Now there's no buy orders underneath.
Yep. Kind of got a little flashback on Boeing when they. This used to be a market maker years ago. It was the automotive industry, and then it turned to be Boeing. And I mean, market maker. I mean, if Boeing was doing good, the whole market was doing good.
I mean, based on that book man screenshot, what I assume is there's a lot of people who are expecting it to jump up after earnings and they want to take their profit.
Yep, I agree with that. Slash ES, man, look at that thing right there at the 200 EMA and SMA on the 1 minute. And it's got a hell of a climb. It can, 64.27.
And it's sitting at 200 right now.
Yep. Squeezing. But I ain't going to trade it anymore.
They could run it back up to the bottom of the orb at 64.24. If they don't keep it pinned at 64.16.
Yep.
Nope, it just broke the 200. They might run this bitch at the end of the day.
I think they might. We got 11 minutes. I got a buck.
Seriously considering getting in. Oh, there it goes.
I got
at the bottom of the orb.
I got in a buck. The 63.85s. Could have got them down there.
Do some damage with those, buddy. Damn, I should have got in as soon as it broke that 200.
Right when it hit 95, I jumped in it and it gave me $1.
Last 10 minutes, here comes the volatility.
And then back to, yeah, the volatility right there. Just give me $2 to $3. I'm about to hit my resistance. I have 63.80.
Volume looks good. You got huge volume and you only got a 10% sell on the volume. You got 90% buys on that big ass volume candle.
There we go. Just triggered my alert. So I'm going to get out. Well, shit. Back to a buck.
I hate playing in today.
I was up $500.
Alright, so there's a support zone right there.
Damn it.
hand when it went.
There we go, 150. I'm out. Oh, 150 and 180.
See, sell order still 64.21. Should have got in when it hit support.
Yep, it pulled back to 85 bucks there. Yabba dabba doo.
64.21. 186 sell orders.
There's 250. I would have got my wish. Right to my trend line. Well, that made up my loss. On that 6,400. Very good. You really supplement your income. Only a couple trades a day, even one, if you get it right.
I still think if I quit trading after 10:30, I'll do better.
For now. But market changes. Yeah, but that, you know, I think it was Studio that was rubbing it in my face. I have 100%, 100% in the morning, and then in the afternoon.
I will say that the morning trade is a hell of a lot easier when you have to book that. It seems to be pretty accurate for the morning trade, and then as the day goes on, the algorithm starts spoofing it.
Well, that was a tough one. They just didn't want it to break. Short little scalps, you can make a killing on that if you have the money. And in Xanax, every time it hit a resistance, it would pull back hard. What a day. Boom. $3. I'd have had a nice little trade there if I held him.
Yeah.
Couple grand. No, not today. I mean, I've thought I was doomed after it didn't hold that first time.
The fact that it's sitting there chopping before it hit pre-market low. I really thought it was going to go, because pre-market low and bottom of orb are stacked on top of each other right there at 64.24. I really thought it was getting there.
Yep.
The worst day today, we're going to go with open. The rug pull continues. Sorry if you bought into that Reddit scam. CoreWeave. CoreWeave has been getting the shit kicked out of it for the past week.
Woo!
Yeah, it did touch PM low right at the bell.
Yep. $5. Alrighty, well, what a day.
Good day, good day.
Yep. Well, I don't know how to summarize this day or not. It seems like the EU news was priced in. There was no earnings today. I called this one of the biggest earning weeks coming out. We got Boeing tomorrow. So let's go over the earnings list real fast. Where is it? Where's that? Interesting. So today there wasn't that much in earnings. RITM. But really there wasn't much. Tomorrow we got Sophie, PayPal, Boeing, UPS, Spotify, Merck, Procter & Gamble, all first thing in the morning. And that'll set the tone for the evening. Visa, Starbucks, Cheesecake, Caesars. So tomorrow morning we'll set the market up. Then we got Heinz, Kraft and Heinz, Humana, Etsy, Hershey, and Hog. Wednesday morning, Meta, After Hours, Microsoft, Robinhood. That's going to be a big day. QCOM, Carvana, Ford, and ARM. And then Thursday morning, we got CVS, Roblox, Norwegian, NCLR. I think that would be one to really watch. There's been a lot of weird news since Carnival has lowered their rates. You get a lot of ghetto people on there raising hell and starting fights and stabbings, and so I don't know if they're gonna raise their prices back up just to try to keep some of that trash off there. We got MasterCard. And then Thursday evening you got Apple, Amazon, Coinbase, Reddit, Roku, Cloudflare, and then Energy Friday. So it's going to be an interesting week. We got Powell coming up. No interest rate cuts, he says. He just wants to prolong these high interest rates and this high debt that we have. $1 trillion a year goes just in interest of what we've spent in the last 20-some years. Just been on a huge spending spree that just should have never happened, but it did. Share the wealth. It's not working out too good. Share the wealth. We got Roku. High interest rates. We need to. And we got too many people on welfare. We added another 20 million open border people, so it's just a mess. This country can't afford it. This stream is in. What? Funk. Oh, funk. That's interesting. That's never come up before. So, let's have a good day tomorrow. Today was definitely the pullback day. We'll probably have green days the rest of the week. Who knows? Fat cats say we're overbought. They've been saying it for months. So I'm going to get out of here. Hopefully this air conditioner guy can fix my air conditioner. I can't get this thing to stay at a certain temperature, and say set at 80 right now, and I set it at 77 a bit ago. I really appreciate y'all. I hope you appreciate me. Funk's been a big help with his patience. Probably great for smaller accounts. Thanks all. We'll find out on Sophie in the morning. Any kind of pullback, I think, will be a buy.